Excuse me. Can I have your attention? The board will be out in about 5 or 10 minutes. They're running a little late in exec session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. I apologize for starting the meeting a few minutes late. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our regular meeting. And so before we get started, I'd just like to say in advance, in honor of Veterans Day, in advance one day before Veterans Day, I'd like to ask any members of the audience that have served our military to please stand up so we can give you.
Men and women in uniform.
And men and women in uniform, all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your service. We're going to go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Mercedes Shea, a fourth grader at Sam Hughes, is going to lead us. So, right there.
All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mercedes. Okay. We're on information items. Item 2 is the Superintendent Student Advisory Council SAC report, and Ms. Michelle Howard is going to report out.
Thank you. Good evening, President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Sanchez, and Council Tolson. This will be a quick report as SAC has not had a meeting since our last board meeting. However, the next one will take place this upcoming Monday, November the 16th, from 11 to 1 at Project Moore High School. Any board members interested in attending, or anyone for that matter, is more than welcome to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Information item 3, Superintendent's report. Dr. Sanchez.
First of all, I would just like to ask if there is anybody who needs translation services. We have a translator in the front.
Sanchez.
So, si hay alguien que necesita los servicios de traducir, tenemos ayuda aquí enfrente.
No?
All right.
Okay. Gracias.
All right, so we have a very, very, very impressive superintendent's report. So I'd like to begin with our first item, Math Moves You. So we've heard of superheroes and we've heard of super teachers. Today, I get to introduce you to someone who is both. Mr. Billy Campbell of Pueblo Magnet High School is one of just 25 teachers in the U.S. to receive the Raytheon Math Heroes Award. Mr. Campbell, could you please come up along with your principal, Dr. Romero, and any other staff and or family to the front, please, so I can brag about you and everybody can stare at you.
Turtle. Get in there, guys. Get in there.
Okay, so what makes Mr. Campbell special? Here's what Raytheon says. The Math Heroes Grant recognizes educators who implement innovative techniques and transformative programs that excite students and motivate them to pursue careers that include mathematics. Raytheon Math Hero winners are nominated by students, parents, and school administrators and selected based on the effective and creative ways teachers work with students in math and science, drawing on new and advanced approaches. So what did he win? $2,500 and another $2,500 for the school. Way to go. Very impressive. And I love the shirt. I've been trying to get one for a while, so, but congratulations.
I'll put you on the email.
Put me on the email. All right.
$19.99. $20.
All right, next I'd like to recognize the Mansfield boys who won the city championship. So if we can get the whole show up here on the side, coaches, parents, teachers, and everyone, I'd love to have y'all all right here. All right. So you hear a lot about basketball here in Tucson. After all, we are the home of the Arizona Wildcats, as well as you've all noted, many Arizona Wildcats have turned NBA stars. Of course, my favorite Arizona Wildcat is Sean Elliott of the San Antonio Spurs. So
Way to combine it.
that's how I keep it together. So everybody has to start somewhere, right? I mean, even Sean had to start somewhere. So how about starting as a citywide basketball championships? Now, we have some representatives from the team, but you can see the two representatives are wearing the team on their shirts. So, again, they've done an amazing job. The Mansfield Magnet Middle School boys basketball team, coached by Coach Beckwith and assistant principal Yvonne Torres, are this year's champs. So I'm going to have to go and see if I can learn some skills. My 5-year-old loves basketball, and for whatever reason, he pays no attention to me when I try to coach him. He thinks he's Manu Ginobili, and it's a little different there. But again, if we can give these guys and our coaches a great round of applause, please. Thank you all. Oh, okay. So I just found out the rest of the team is playing volleyball. So they're getting ready to win another championship. All right. Arizona PTA Support Staff of the Year. When you think of PTA, PTO, or PTSO, you may first think of parent volunteers. But many of our staff and teachers are important members and supporters of our parent-teacher organizations. Earlier this month, the state PTA handed out its awards for the 2014-15 school year, and we are proud to announce that Mr. Tom Graham of Soling Tom Elementary School won the award for Support Staff of the Year. That's the entire state. So, Mr. Graham, could you please come up along with Principal Dodson and any other of our supporting staff from Soling Tom and or family members? Please come on forward. Come up.
Everywhere. Like you asked. I love it. I love it. Yay. That's awesome.
All right, so our PTSA president, Ms. Rachel Hambacher, will you tell us more about Mr. Graham?
Thank you guys so much for letting us present the award to Mr. Graham. He is an amazing support staff of our school. He not only goes above and beyond, but he believes in our children. Every day he comes in and he thinks that our school looks like a museum, and he thinks he's the luckiest person. I think we are the luckiest person to have someone like him who is always willing to drop what he's doing to help our teachers, our staff, as well as our PTSA go above and beyond to make it the best experience for our children. I can't thank you enough, Tom, for all you do for our school. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to honor Coach Mike Argraves, an outstanding Cholla High Magnet coach who recently retired after 27 years of teaching and leading student athletes. During his long career on courts and on fields, he has coached girls basketball, softball, track and field, and cross country. According to his son, Tucson High football coach Justin Argraves, Mike Argraves has coached 225 girls varsity basketball wins. Not to mention, he has coached multiple teams to state playoffs. Mr. Armenta, Mr. House, if you're here, I'd sure love for you to come up front. And if we have if we have Coach here, Coach Argraves and family, we'd love for y'all to all come up to the front. And again, I'd like to invite Mr. Armenta and Mr. House up front too.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome. Mr. Hargreaves, one of the things I want to tell you as the principal of Cholla High Magnet School is that sometimes our female sports are gone to the wayside, and we elevate the young men. But I want to tell you that the 7 years that I've been at Cholla, I've appreciated the time that you have dedicated to our young ladies. I know that you had some health issues, and I want to thank you again for being there for us and our young ladies. And I saw the Facebook page, and those young ladies, the hunters, they love you. So thank you again for dedicating your time to Cholla High Magnet School.
Since 2011, an amazing group of volunteers have been working behind the scenes to bring together the annual Legacy of Excellence Scholarship Banquet. The banquet has raised more than $54,000 in scholarships for graduating seniors in Tucson Unified School District. The volunteers have put in thousands of hours to pass on the gifts of education to the next generation of students. We'd like to ask the group to come up to be acknowledged. Jimmy Hart, Director of African American Student Services, is here to say a few words of thanks as well. So if we can get all of our amazing volunteers and folks to come up front, and then I'm going to hand the mic over to Jimmy. And while folks are getting up here and Jimmy's coming up here, I'll say that I've enjoyed going to the Legacy because they have a dance at the end. And there are some principals that have some very impressive dance moves out there. And so, but again, thank y'all for all that y'all do to put the event together for the benefit of the students. So, Mr. Hart, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. We tried to get Dr. Sanchez out there to dance, but he didn't do it. Jeff, want to come help out? Just really want to thank you all for your commitment and hard work to TUSD and the students that we serve. My conservative estimates, governing board members, for the work that they've put in, over 3,000 hours of volunteer service and raising over $54,000 to go towards scholarships for students in TUSD. You may notice a group of ladies in color coordinated in blue with Greek letters. The Zeta Phi Beta sorority, one of the things that they do for us is a silent auction because we cannot do silent auctions. So they spend the entire year finding gifts, hotel stays, etc., to make the event that much more enjoyable. So we're going to go through the list. Marilyn McGlory, Debbie Worthy, George Brown, if you all could come over and shake the superintendent's hand. Evelyn Cassidy. These are members of the TUSD African American Student Services Department. Lee Simpson, who donates 2 laptops to us every year. Jamie Cox, who is a community member who gives her time. Natalie Clark, community member. And the remaining volunteers are members of the Zeta Phi Beta Omega Rho Zeta Incorporated sorority here in Tucson. So there's a certificate for your organization that you can share with your national organization. President Patricia Spencer, Vice President Rhonda Killingsworth-Lett, Marisha Finley, Leigh Burns, Anka-Tree Littleton, who's also a TUSD employee, Ashley Hale, Marissa Owens, who's a TUSD graduate, Anita, what can I say? Yvette Leonard, and the man behind the entire committee, TUSD employee, Mr. Jeff Sawyer.
We'll hold you up.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. Hey, Jeff.
And then last thing, just want to thank our supervisor, Mr. Butler, who continues to support us in these events since he's been our supervisor. Thank you.
This one sounds interesting. I love the title, Operation School Bell. So earlier this year, CBS News named Tucson number 5 on its list of America's poorest cities. Talk to the teachers and staff at many of our schools, and they will tell you what they see firsthand. Today, we want to honor a local organization that takes helping to a whole new level. Okay. You know we have to have a video. At least one.
I don't know why they named it Operation School Bell, because you're not getting an operation, you're not even getting a shot today. What you are getting is new clothes, a new backpack, new shoes, whole package of socks, a new hoodie, and are you ready for this? What? Jacket? Whole package of underwear.
This is an awesome program through the partnership of Assistance League of Tucson. They partnered with several elementary schools and they provide new clothing, new shoes, a backpack full of grooming and school supplies along with socks. It's an awesome program and nice for the kids that are in need at this point into the school year. It's all at no cost, and they also provide funds for the school bus, which is amazing.
Operation School Bell is the signature program for our chapter and all 122 chapters throughout the United States of Assistance League. Not everyone does what we do. We're just fortunate enough to be able to raise the funds and build the philanthropic program centers.
How does that feel? That's kind of big.
4.
Do you like that jacket? Are you going to grow into that, or should we get a smaller jacket?
Oh, that one. How's it feel in there? Is it too scrunchy or does it feel good?
This is a big deal, absolutely, for the kids, and it's 36 children that receive this. Along with this, to date, we have received 17 vouchers for JCPenney's, over $100 each in value, where the parents have taken them on a Sunday, and we have 17 more vouchers coming in December.
When children are sharing shoes with a sibling, they can only attend school every other day, and we've heard these stories directly from the children, that they're so excited that they're getting shoes. Now they won't have to share with their brother or their sister.
But you can open that when you get home, okay? So we're going to put it in here. Help me put it in here. You want pink?
At the end of the day, it is more than fulfilling. It is amazing feeling to see the children, the smiles on their faces, along with the parents that I've spoken with personally. They're more than thankful. Their gratitude is amazing. It's just overwhelming.
Could we have our friends from the Assistant League please come up? Mr. Johnny Williams, Miss Sally Johnson, Miss Sue Reiger, and Jamie Mathis. I'd also like to invite up the principals that are here from Oyama, Davison, Van Buskirk, Pueblo Gardens, Miller, Myers-Ganong, Mission View, Hollinger, and Cabot. They are the schools that had the opportunity to participate in Operation School Bell. So if you're here, I'd love to have you come up front, and I'd love to have y'all in the picture as well. I'm sure that everybody can see from the video that the trip to Operation School Bell truly made the day of the students. And so the schools are selected on the basis of their Title I and/or free and reduced lunch status. But what this shows is the level of cooperation, the level of support, and what makes Tucson truly unique and truly special among the many wonderful places to live and be. So if we could get a picture as well.
Great job, y'all.
Thank you.
I just got one more number. 4,000 students were helped this year by the Assistance League. That's very impressive. So I wanted to give the board a bit of an update on our magnet funding. And so what you'll see up on the screen, you'll see the magnet funding for 2014-15, which was last year. You'll see that magnet schools were assigned out of our ARS 15910Gs funds, which are basically referred to as desegregation funds. In the 14-15 school year, there was $8.6 million assigned to magnet schools. And to the magnet department, about $944,000 was assigned to the magnet department for the purpose of advertising, setting up at the Fair of Books, the Tucson Children's Museum, and other events. For the 14-15 school year, the total for magnet schools plus the magnet department was about $9.6 million out of DSEG money was assigned to magnet schools. This year, for the 15-16 school year, the magnet school budget is $11.5 million, and you can see that the magnet department is at right around $504,000, again, for advertising purposes and whatnot. For the 15-16 school year, you'll see the total budget for magnet schools budgeted plus the department stands at over $12 million. So I wanted to share that information with the board. I know there had been some commentary about less money being assigned to magnet schools this year as compared to a previous year, and so you see the previous year totals, you see this year's totals to magnet schools. As you can see on the next slide, if we can get to the next slide. As you can see on the next slide, schools will receive an additional $318,000 for a school total of right around $11.9 million and a total of $12.4, including the total department. You can see May 15, what we did is we worked with sites and principals anticipating enrollment, magnet enrollment, total student enrollment. And then in June 15, we revisited the numbers, revisited the plans, and made adjustments. And then you can see July 15, the final adjustment that was made before the budget was allocated. And so you can see the final allocation. And so what we've done is we've taken a very close look at the total magnet funds. And so the higher amount, be it May, June, or July, or the final budget allocation, whichever amount is the highest amount is what will be assigned to the schools for the purpose of executing their magnet plan. So I wanted to provide that clarity to the board on this matter, so you can see that from one budget to the next budget to the third budget to the final budget, there's a total increase to all of the different schools of about $318,000. And so you can see that adds on top of the total amount, the $11.5 million that was originally allocated in this budget. So this was some information that was requested, so I wanted to go ahead and provide this information to the board.
So just to clarify, the third school down, Cragen, is that supposed to be Carrillo,
Let's see.
the magnet?
Yes.
Okay,
So
just so we fix.
Bonilla, Borden, Cragen, Davis. Cragen did receive funds, so.
But I don't see
yeah,
Carrillo unless it's
Carrillo
on
should be up there, and
Okay.
so I'll go back through and work with staff to.
I don't see Safford.
I'll call on you, Dr. Sagan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'll have this information. I'll ask staff to go ahead and update the chart,
Okay.
and then we'll send the chart back out to the board.
Okay.
But Carrillo is also included. Safford's also included. So I'll be sure that all that information is also available to the board. But I wanted to give this level of overview. Of course, these documents, when I send you out the correct documents, we'll have them posted on the web. They'll also be posted on the board website, so anybody can review the information.
Okay. Ms. Foster.
I just want to clarify, then the highlighted in blue is the number that they received. And so if people are concerned that it was the July number, that's not.
Right.
Nobody received what was the July allocation.
Some schools actually did receive the July allocation. What you'll see with, for example, Carrillo, the July allocation was their highest number.
Okay.
And so that might be why they're not on here. And but you can see in the other column, additional amount added to the final budget. You can see that along that line. And so I'll make sure that we have all of the schools when this is presented for the overall view and what goes on the webpage. So again, I just wanted to share this information with the board. We'll get the other information. We'll have it on the webpage.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What I do want to recognize, I wanted to thank the Magnet School community, parents, and volunteers for organizing a meeting last night regarding funding, staffing, and the future of their children's schools. The organizers invited all parties to the meeting, including the special master, plaintiffs, and the district and the school board. President Grijalva, Dr. Stegman, and Mr. Wattis, along with me and members of the district leadership, attended. Also, Congressman Grijalva and Representative Victoria Steele were among the attendees. I want to personally thank Mr. Wattis, Ms. Grijalva, and Dr. Stegman for standing up on stage in front of the parents that were gathered there and making a commitment to do everything within your authority to support the magnet schools. So again, I thank the three of you who were able to make the meeting, and then I thank all of you because I feel that all board members have expressed their support for our magnet schools, but in particular, Dr. Stegman, Ms. Grijalva, Mr. Weiss, thank you for getting up on stage and not leaving me up there by myself, and for making that commitment to the schools and to the parents that we'll do everything within our power, authority, and influence to ensure that these schools are successful. So again, thank you so much. Next slide, please. So the Arizona Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents was held on Sunday and Monday of this week. And so I'm very proud to announce that out of all of the school districts that attended, we had school districts from Yuma, Douglas, Nogales, all the way up to the Phoenix metro area. I believe we even had some folks come in from northern Arizona. And so we were the largest number of attendees, and we had the largest number of sessions that we presented. So Dr. Morado, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Macias, for example, they presented on the District Alternative Education Placement Program and Protocol. There were superintendents from the Phoenix area that were sitting in there taking notes, asking for information on how we were running our program. Also, we presented on our Leadership Prep Academy, and we had, again, superintendents from the state that were there asking for information about that, and that was a very well-attended one. We had people from our research department that presented on data analysis. Mr. Palacios presented on work that they're doing at Santa Rita with their freshman academy and their small learning community aspect. Richard Sanchez presented on the STEM program at Mansfield, and Ms. Maiden was on the expert panel for human resources, and I had the opportunity to present on finance and strategic abandonment. Dr. Clash and Mr. Lopez presented on culturally relevant curriculum, and I believe Mr. Alvarez presented on different modes of addressing English language learners and supporting English language learners. So, again, we had a very good showing. I was very proud of everybody that was there, and we had all of our Leadership Prep Academy all of our Leadership Prep Academy candidates were also there. So if you're in the Leadership Prep Academy and you're here tonight observing the board meeting, if you'll please stand and be recognized. So as the board knows, our Leadership Prep Academy, these are our upcoming and emerging leaders. And so part of their experience is to stay from the beginning to the end of a board meeting. And so, I'll just leave it at that. All right, next slide, please. All right, your voice, invitation. I am very happy that we have a packed house here tonight because I get to make this invitation to a packed house. So finally, I'd like to extend a special invitation to the board, along with all of the Tucson Unified School District community, to the Your Voice Legislative Advocacy Information Session. We're hosting this event November 16th at 6 to 8 o'clock at Tucson High Magnet School on 2nd Avenue. Tucson Unified has joined with every local school district and board in Pima County to bring the Arizona School Board Association advocacy training to Southern Arizona. We'll all learn how to engage our neighbors, build relationships with legislators, and understand how the bill process works. Also on hand, community partners who can help answer questions and get you pledged into issues, or get you plugged into issues you care about, including, of course, K-12 education. We have this information for you at TUSD1.org, or like us on Facebook to share the event. We'll also be streaming the training on our website if you're unable to be there in person. This is my favorite. So I had to learn what skivvies were because in my world they call them chones. So it says clothing drive, socks, shoes, and skivvies. So we have the Stuff the Bus clothing drive. So again, we want to also let everybody know that at the event, November 16th, we'll also have the bus there. So come to the legislative advocacy event and help us stuff the bus. So we'll have the clothing drive at the same event. So if you show up, your ticket for admission, bring something to help out families and children in need, especially as the months are changing from a little warmer to a lot colder. There are a lot of families that really need socks and shoes and anything that can help stuff the bus. Going back to the previous slide, can you go back to the previous slide? This is important. The Your Voice Legislative Advocacy Information Session on November 16th is important. Let me tell you why it's important. I'm sure everybody read in the news and saw in the paper and everywhere else that there was a agreement struck to settle the Cave Creek versus DeWitt lawsuit on the state withholding inflation funding going back to 2008. So basically schools are back owed over $1 billion and there was no movement. And so basically we were at the verge of a constitutional crisis where the people had spoken and voted and the legislature had ignored it. And so what this event is about is really understanding the complexity of how the system works. Maybe not so much with that issue as it is what it is at this point, and so we move forward, but really understanding how things work, because every outlet after that initiative was voted on by the legislature, every outlet from ASBA, Arizona School Board Association, AASBO, their Arizona Education Association, every entity basically said, we shouldn't accept this as the end. We shouldn't accept this as the only thing. This shouldn't be all the kids get. This shouldn't be all the schools get. This shouldn't be where we stop. Rather, this should be where we start. And so this event on November 16th is to help parents become educated on knowing if this is truly going to be where we start, not where we stop, that you attend so that you can understand how the system works, how to get your voice heard. So I'm hoping that everybody we see here will also be there on November 16th, because what I've learned is locally, your governing board listens. But in the same way that the public, by showing up and participating, lets the board know that they're listening to what the board does and they're watching and holding accountability for what the board does, it works the same way in Phoenix. If the legislators are left to their own devices and not informed, then they hear what they hear and they act on that, or they don't hear anything and they act on that. So regardless of what your position is, it's great to come and be informed and understand how to access the system, how to access elected officials, how to impact policy that affects the future of Arizona. And so I can't stress how important an opportunity like this is. And I love historic quotes, and my favorite is the Winston Churchill quote that he gave on the D-Day invasion, that we should really look at this when it comes to the future of Arizona. And to quote Winston Churchill, this isn't the end, this isn't even the beginning of the end, but it's the end of the beginning. So the conversation, the end of the beginning of the conversation has begun. Let's be sure that this isn't the last one held on it. Governing Board, we have an amazing opportunity tonight with a very full and packed agenda. We have an amazing opportunity to affect positive change in the district and do wonderful things for our school and kids. I look forward to the meeting. Thank you very much. That concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. One more? Okay.
They told me I missed the first page, so
Oh, yeah.
that happens. All right, so
Oh,
the Chief Medical Officer for the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, the former White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, the CEO of the YWCA, an Emmy Award-winning documentarian, and a Tucson dance teacher. What do they all have in common?
Same woman.
Anyone? Do that. Anyone? Anyone? All right. So they've been named Disruptive Women to Watch for 2016, an elite list of women who are making a profound impact in health and healthcare. I'm proud to announce that University High School's teacher, Beth Braun, is being recognized as one of those amazing women. Beth, could you come up along with Principal Amy Sislak and any other supporting cast and characters? Please come forward. Here's what the Disruptive Women in Healthcare website says about Ms. Braun. There is a popular saying that goes, if you meet someone who is able to turn pain into poetry, don't let them go. Ms. Braun is one of those people. She turns personal pain into beautiful performance art, helping others to begin healing their own emotional and psychological wounds. Ms. Braun is a professional dancer and formed the Esperanza Dance Project in 2011 as a way to help raise funds for the treatment of young women who suffered through years of sexual abuse. The effort continues today for others. By the way, Esperanza means hope. We want to thank you, Ms. Braun, for using your extraordinary talent at UHS and beyond to bring hope to so many people. Thank you. All right, and that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Okay, next are board member activity reports. Board members, Mr. Juarez.
Let's see here. Just a couple things this time around. I was part of the A for Arizona school tour as part of the PTO for Carrillo Elementary. I was at the Mexican American Student Services event over at Wakefield, which was a partnership event with Stories That Soar and the Pima County Libraries, public libraries. I was also in attendance at the Carrillo Fall Festival, and again last night I was at the South Tucson Education Forum.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Foster, then Mr. Hicks.
So I've been very busy in the Flynn Brown Fellowship Leadership Academy up in Phoenix, representing Tucson and TUSD with that. I attended and participated here in the Classrooms First Initiative council meeting. Our governor has a council that's coming together to reconfigure the funding formula for our schools, and they have been in different parts of our state hearing testimony from our community. And so I was on the other side of this dais. It was really nice to have someone else here in the seat and to talk at the podium. And I advocated for our ELL students in Southern Arizona. I attended our ASBA social media training, attended the Technology Oversight Committee meeting. I got to go to Camp Cooper on Saturday and help congratulate and thank different community members, specifically our TUSD leadership team, and recognizing them for their contributions to Camp Cooper. And I met with 2 different teachers for coffee this weekend and listened to them and learned about their experiences in our classrooms and how their semester is going. And then, of course, I met with Dr. Sanchez to prepare for and answer questions for today's meeting.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Hicks.
I went to several schools and some sporting events, and I just want to let you know that I'm not going to be able to make the November 16th meeting because I teach that night, Wednesdays and Monday nights. But I would also like to tip my hat off to the Tucson High football team, who is the 2015 section champs. This is the first time in 25 years that that's been accomplished. And I'd like to tip my hat off to Justin the Upgraves, who has made the playoffs 3 of the last 5 years with Tucson High. So that's an awesome feat that they've done over there. And I'd also like to thank all of the sports people in regards to some of the things that's been going on in regards to AIA and the movement of our sporting events. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Now we're going to go ahead and start the call to the audience. So this is a portion of the meeting where members of the community can speak. Let me go ahead. I'll read a little bit. So, members of the public may speak during the call to the audience portion of the agenda. I'll be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining proper order by setting such limits as may be appropriate. Any person desiring to speak shall complete a call to the audience card. When addressing the board, an individual shall state his or her full name and address before going on into the subject matter. Individuals are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time limit of 3 minutes. Individuals attending the meeting and are speaking before the board shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct and refrain from impertinent or slanderous remarks. Because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware that there may be and are children in the audience. At the conclusion of the call to the audience, I'll ask if any individual board members wish to respond to a criticism made by those who've addressed the board, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. We do have many speakers that are interested in speaking tonight, and so if someone has already addressed your concerns and you want to stand up and say, you know, I go ahead and waive, that's fine. If you just want to be cognizant of the fact that you have 3 minutes, at 2.5 minutes, Ms. Foster is going to put up this pink sign and let you know that you have 30 seconds remaining. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Our first speaker is Betts Putnam Hidalgo, followed by Jennifer Sprung and Natalie Lavodius. And if I've called you, if you can just come up a little closer, you can sit in these chairs, that would be great. Thank you. Good.
Thanks for the report on the magnet budget concerns that I raised. I was concerned about gaps between the magnet plan budget submitted by the schools in May and the budget submitted by the district in June. By then, the district had cut 18 magnet school budgets, according to the documents submitted to the court by TUSD. However, the new stipulation makes it clear that some of those cuts, the data that he showed, that some of those cuts were actually restored to the magnet schools in the board-approved desegregation budget of July 15th. Silly me, when I referred to a court document in October, I figured it included all of the most recent data. However, it did not. Court materials had not been corrected to include the July deseg budget figures, and so I made those comments. Even after those corrections, 13 magnet school budgets were cut, while 7 schools had received additional funding. Don't get me wrong, the additional funding is welcome, but it still doesn't explain the principal's declarations of support for the district at a time when the majority of them had lost money in their budgets. For instance, Ochoa had lost $53,000 at the hands of the district, and yet here was the principal declaring his support and a group of parents and community members declaring war on the special master and the Mendoza plaintiffs. Had it not been for the latter party, $318,500 would have stayed in the pockets of the district for other uses. Fortunately, an agreement between TUSD and the Mendoza plaintiffs led to the stipulation, November 6, that was filed with the court. It includes all of the budget figures. It requires the district to give each magnet school the highest amount of funding cited, be it in May, June, or July. 2 major district problems coincide here. First, its mishandling of the desegregation case has dragged it out for more than 40 years, and the last 3 years have been particularly bad. For example, none of the majority board members questioned the reduction in funding for the magnet schools, at least in public, even as the finger of guilt at this time was being studiously pointed away from the district. Second, the district has really crossed the line. The lack of transparency doesn't approach dishonesty, it's there. And all of this is happening with less board oversight than ever. Whether it's the so-called independent audit committee or the magnet school budgets, the public should not have to hopscotch from one document to another to figure out what is really happening. Meanwhile, the desegregation case looks like domestic violence. While the adults in the room are fighting, swinging, or trying to avoid violence, the kids aren't getting fed or put to bed. This has got to stop. I urge you to disappear the campaign against the special master and the Mendoza plaintiffs and come clean about magnet budgets and other use of taxpayer funds. Educate the kids. Thank you.
Jennifer Sprung, followed by Natalie Levodius and Matt Munger.
Good evening. Here we go. Good evening, Governing Board Chair, board members, superintendent, student liaison, and council. My name is Jennifer Sprung. My address is on file. I have been a science educator with TUSD since the beginning of my career in 1989 and have been associated with TUSD since kindergarten. I have not presented to this board formally since about summer of 2011, after about 19 years of volunteer facilitator for the Student Advisory Council, which I greatly miss because building leaders is so very important. I bring to you this evening an update on the high school science curriculum development and progress. TUSD has not had in any form curriculum maps, unit plans, common assessments, or scope and sequence for any of our high school science courses readily available to teachers or schools for at least the last 20 years or more. A district of this size should have this in place, and it should be a priority. And as you are well aware, curriculum development is a #1 priority and focus of the TUSD 5-year strategic plan. We are presently in year 2, designing the curriculum that includes common interim and year-end assessments and aligning resources with culturally responsive needs for our diverse populations. We are still completing aspects of year 1 goals for sciences. Please do check out the curriculum web pages for the high school science curriculum for biology, chemistry, physics that are already posted. This is a huge undertaking considering the number of people working directly and regularly on this priority. And there is one person that specializes with this, with some support from 2K8 science personnel. Funding and time is very limited to do the collaborative work and time with fellow science teachers. We are presently designing articulated and aligned, well-administered curriculum. More importantly, I would like to share that some of this present work is in jeopardy. So we have successes and challenges. And that challenge presently is the lack of communication within curriculum instruction department. We have 2 groups, deployment and development, which tend to work effectively as silos. And secondly, and we could increase the efficiency by having both groups work collaboratively. Secondly, there is only one person who has the expertise and knowledge within the high school and college sciences. And effectively, in a recent action, which may be construed as arbitrary, this person is going to be reassigned. So this work will either stop or will not progress and be completed. And so I need people to consider GCAB, AC, and Article 6 through 8 of the consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Natalie Levodius, Matt Munger, and Eric Rustand.
My name's Natalie Levidiotis. My address is 6324 Sabre Loop. We live on base. And thank you all once again for your time. I really appreciate it. I come as a parent from Boardman Elementary. We have lived here for 7 years, and we have a kindergartner and a 5th grader. And I can't imagine sending my 5th grader on off to a different school off base. I feel like Boardman gives the family support and stability that it needs. A great example, I know that there's a picture on the TUSD website right now of the Veterans Day celebration that we had, and that just totally depicts Boardman. There is every color, every size, every shape. There are parents, there are grandparents, everybody is there. Everybody enjoys each other. The children get along great. They don't see race. They don't see color. They see nothing but friends. And to give these children stability and not have to move to a different school when their parents are actually stationed somewhere is tremendous. And And I just really urge each and every person that gets a say or a vote in this, that they would really consider the fact that this is a community and we don't have the choice of being here or moving. We are plucked from our families and placed in an area that is foreign to a lot of us, and we're supposed to deal with it, and we're supposed to have our children deal with it. And to not have the option of a 6th and then 7th and 8th grade and have to move them when they don't need to be moved just seems ridiculous. So I really hope that however this is voted on, that I just urge all of you all just to take that into consideration. And thank you once again for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Munger, followed by Eric Rustand and Jason Miller.
First of all, I want to explain why I brought Mary Anderson. She's the principal of Fruit Tendler, and because much of our community's concerns are the same, invited her up here to share some information. My name is Matt Munger. I'm currently a parent and TUSD employee. I live at 10378 East Valley Quail Drive, Tucson, Arizona. Good evening, governing board members, student liaison, and proud Sabino student, Dr. Sanchez, members of TUSD leadership. I'm here both to speak to you as a TUSD parent as well as the principal of Sabino High School regarding the proposed expansion of Sabino, Fruit Tendler, Collier, Drachman, and Borman. In participating in the Student Assignment Committee held by DLR and listening to each of the community's arguments for expansion and hearing the objection of the plaintiffs to the expansions of Fruit Tendler, Collier, and Sabino specifically, based on the creating or resulting in white flight into or out of the schools, I have great concern that in attempting to rectify the sins of the past, the plaintiffs are committing the same sins upon this community's current students. In their quest to find a solution to the egregious actions committed 40 years ago, their solution is now actively resulting in the loss of opportunities of others today. That is no solution. The consequence is clear. Families in TUSD are leaving TUSD. 400 plus students in the area in or around Collier, Fruit Tendler, Sabino, and McGee are choosing other options. Supporting these expansions gives us the best chance at bringing those students back into TUSD. I urge you and I implore you to listen to what these communities seek and want. If we are able to retain and attract new students to the district, it is a win not only for these schools, but for all of TUSD. The more students we can attract, the more opportunities students have across the district. Conversely, the more students we lose, the more students across TUSD lose. The Department of Justice of the United States of America has found no issues or concerns regarding or relating to the preventing or hurting integration efforts in TUSD. Yet the plaintiffs maintain that it will. In maintaining that position, their efforts are resulting in children losing or being denied opportunities, all in an effort to, again, correct or somehow fix those sins from 40 years ago. Specific to Sabino, as the principal, I must also share that over the last 30 years, Sabino's enrollment of Hispanic students has increased 10% every 10 years. Currently, Sabino's enrollment is 30+% Hispanic. This year alone, we have doubled our African American population. Moreover, Sabino is 54% open enrollment, and as a former Sabino student, I can tell you I'm very proud of those changes.
Our changes have also been made. We have, over the last 20 years, gone from 90% Anglo to 60% Anglo. Hispanic African American was 10% 20 years ago. It is now 40%. So we also have the changes, and we only want the best for all of our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Rustin, followed by Jason Miller and Kimberly Mulligan.
Good evening, board. Thank you for giving me a couple of minutes to say a few thoughts. I don't know that I could say it much better than Principal Munger and Mrs. Anderson, but I am grateful for the opportunity. My name is Eric Rustand. I live at 3341 North Riverbend Circle West. I live in the Fruit Tendler District. My wife, Tina, served on the committee to consider the Sabino and Fruit Tendler expansion. She also serves on 3 PTA boards. We have 4 kids in the district, 2 at Sabino. We have, 3 in the district, 2 at Sabino, 1 at Fruit Tendler, and we have 1 that has chosen to go to middle school at Espararo Canyon, so is one of those students that has left the district. I've lived this 6th grade being in the elementary school, and I believe that's where it belongs. I went to Fort Lowell Elementary School, Fickett Junior High, and graduated from Sabino in 1987. I believe that schools can coexist on the same facility without problems, as you see in Booth-Fickett at an elementary school and a middle school. I believe that cultural diversity within Fruit Tendler and Sabino continues to thrive, as we just heard. I believe that the fact that we may see these turned down is more collateral damage to other issues and a poor community management of a relationship between the board, superintendent, plaintiffs, and other members of our community. My feeling is that this should be looked at as a pilot or a model throughout TUSD, not just for the schools that are being mentioned. I believe that after it proves to be successful, that perhaps facility consolidation could be a means by which TUSD gains more financial flexibility in the future. What I can tell you about this plan is that 2 passionate, creative, and successful educators have come to you with a successful plan and to benefit students. You are in the business of education and should support some of the best of your staff coming to you with creative solutions. I can also tell you that fighting over these creative solutions is only wasting time and taking money away from what could be spent in the classroom for the benefit of our students. My feeling or hope is that calmer heads will prevail in this instance and that all parties can demonstrate true leadership and meet in the middle to find a solution as opposed to continuing divisive politics and fighting, which benefits no one, especially my kids, your kids, and our kids. I can tell you also that the kids caught in the middle of this chaos don't see the racial diversity as a problem. They see it as friends, as was mentioned in the Borman instance a little bit ago. My expectation is that the board might choose to approve one school and not the other, which again leaves our kids in a dangerous no man's land of educational peril because it's perceived as being politically expedient at the time. If you want to change a school, a district, and a Tucson community, start by exemplifying leadership and meet around the common goals, moving forward with unanimity, not fighting to find a simple majority. My children need TUSD to be an A+ district, not an aggregated number of schools that had received different grades. I'll end by using a team analogy. If we want to solve a societal problem, we need to focus more about the name on the front of the jersey, not on the back of the jersey.
Thank you. Kimberly Mulligan, followed by Benjamin Hofford and Ruben Lopez. And again, these seats are empty, so if I've called your name, you're welcome to come and sit up here. So,
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Jason Miller. I live at 1702 South Avenida, Sirio. I'm also in TUSD. My wife is a PTA member at Jackman Elementary, so I'd like to speak on the issue of reclassifying Jackman as K through 8 versus its current K through 5 classification. I'd like to bring up the issues that Jackman is the only Montessori style school in the district presently, so that's the only options for families if they're considering that as a learning style for their child. I'd like also for you to consider that if when the children reach 5th grade and they're transitioning from elementary to middle, might be a difficult transition to move to a new learning style versus continuing to have the same set of expectations for their learning that they have presently. I know also there was some concern about how would they accomplish this because there's no model now in the district for instructing kids 6th, 7th, and 8th in the Montessori method. And I would say to that Dr. Salaya, who's the principal there, I think, and I don't know all of the numbers, but there are few who are certified as Montessori teachers at Jackman presently. So I would feel fairly confident that Dr. Salai would be able to put together a staff and train them, as he's doing now, with those who don't have that certification, to provide a good education for the students using that learning style. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kimberly Mulligan, followed by Benjamin Hofford, Ruben Lopez.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Mulligan, and I brought with me my colleague Shannon Turnage.
There you go.
Yes. As a teacher of an intermediate grade at Fruit Tendler Elementary School, I always talk to my students about where they are going to middle school. Sometimes they say Esperero, and sometimes they say Orange Grove, both in District 16. But I've never had a student tell me they were going in district to McGee. If we don't provide more options for our students, such as 6th grade at Fruchtindler and the 7th and 8th grade at Sabino High School, we will continue losing our students to another district.
No matter what the race is of each child, if we don't provide our community with another option to stay in our district, we'll continue to lose our students to Catalina Foothills every year. I ask you to please look past the color of our students' skin and instead look at our declining enrollment and let us be proactive in trying to keep our community in our district. We have so many great programs. Please give us a chance to hold on to them a bit longer and hold on to our wonderful families. The school is not about race, it's about education. This is a proactive plan to give parents and students what they need to stay in our district.
Thank you. Benjamin Hoffer, followed by Ruben Lopez and Christina Granowski. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name. Go ahead, Benjamin.
My name is Ben Hofford. I live at 6232B Dragon Court on base. I'm a 5th grader at Borman Elementary. I'm speaking on behalf of Borman's K-8 decision. As a military kid, I move a lot and have to change schools. Borman is a wonderful school and I would love to stay there as long as possible. On behalf of myself and all the other students at Borman, I would love if we can add the 6th through 8th grades. I would love if you can answer our request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ruben Lopez, followed by Christine Granowski and Cole Levidiotis.
Board members, I'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak on certain topics. My name is Ruben Lopez, 1970, West Valencia. As a parent of a student at Drachman, my child should have been in Sunnyside School District. In looking at what I wanted my child to learn and how I wanted him to be educated, I ended up looking into the Montessori way of learning. Totally loved it. That's what I wanted for my child. Not having anything in neither of the district, I took my child to Khalsa Montessori. When my child started at Khalsa, I decided to volunteer at Khalsa to make sure my child was happy. I went, I did. It was great. Their grade levels are not as high as what we have at TUSD, so I had to go look for something for my son. When I found out that Drachman was one of the only public TUSD schools that was Montessori, I looked into it. I made 4 trips. Dr. Salai, I think, got tired of seeing me hanging out so much. I asked questions because my son needed to go where he was comfortable. Turned out that that truly was what I expected of a Montessori public school because he just came from a true Montessori school. I took my son out of Khalsa, brought him into Drachman, and again, I decided to volunteer at Drachman because now my son's at Drachman, so I'm now going to volunteer at Drachman, make sure he's comfortable. And during that process, I learned a lot on how TUSD and Drachman are working together. So I thought this is great. When the declassifying is coming up with Drachman either going K5 or K8, for me, if Drachman goes K8, besides being probably the only Montessori school in our district to go K8, that for me is going to be perfect because I don't really want to have to remove my son out of the district that he's in, and that would be ideal for him and for myself to be comfortable knowing that our school is going to be K8. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Granowski, Cole Levidiotis, and Lori Regal.
Okay, my name is Christine Granowski. My address is 6418 East Mary Drive. I am a teacher at Sabino. This is my 10th year in the district. I came to Sabino 2 years ago. I have found that no matter where you go in TUSD, teachers care about their kids. We look at our kids, and that's just what we see. We see kids. We don't see colors. We don't see anything else. And when we look at these kids, we want to give them every opportunity that we can in the world. They deserve to be challenged academically, and they definitely need consistency. Every child needs consistency. The Sabino expansion would provide all of these to students while increasing retention. It's pertinent that this expansion be approved for not only the good of our district, but definitely for the good of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole Levidiotis. Lori Regal and Jorge Leyva.
Hello, I'm Cole Levidiotis, and I'm from Borman Elementary School. And through the time of being at Borman Elementary School, I've made a lot of friends, and I wouldn't want to see that go. I would love to have a sixth grade, and I'm already telling a bunch of my friends, can you come back to Borman Elementary because we want to have a sixth grade. We all play together at Borman Elementary School. There's no color difference or anything. We're all friends. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lori Regal, followed by Jorge Leyva and Kylie Vini.
Good evening, governing board members, Dr. Sanchez, council. My name is Lori Regal. I live at 1634 South Avenida del Sol. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm here to speak about the conference that you'll be attending in April, that some of you will be attending. So it was said at a past board meeting, the value of attending conferences, and I want to tell you I agree. I love attending professional conferences, educators' conferences. I attend a lot of conferences. The camaraderie that you had mentioned, the inspiration, the things you learn. That's why I attended 2 conferences in the past few months here in Arizona. So I attended the Pima County Superintendent's Conference on June 11th and 12th. It was called the Summer Institute for Supporting Students. It was held at the Vail Academy. It was a 2-day conference. It was $99 to attend. Breakfast and lunch was served. It was one of the best conferences I have ever attended. I did not see any TUSD governing board members in attendance. I did see governing board members from other neighboring school districts. I got to hear Dr. Judkins, who helped, she talks about how to navigate the adolescent brain. It was fascinating. One of the best breakout sessions I've been to in my life. I also attended September 28th, the Arizona Innovative Learning Collaborative, which was held in Tempe, a short drive. It was $60. I didn't see any members of the TUSD governing board there, but I did see members of neighboring school districts there, from other governing board members from other school districts, as well as the superintendent from Yuma School District 1. So again, both of these conferences were fantastic, and they were in Arizona. I understand you will be, however, attending that conference in Boston. I go to Boston about 4 times a year for school and to visit my daughter who's in school at Northeastern. There are cheap ways to do it. I take a red eye. I encourage you to do so if you're doing it on my dime because I pay taxes in TUSD. This is a T card. You can't have mine, but you can get one at the airport in baggage claim. If you do so, then you can take the Logan Express to get to where you're going for free. So we can all do a public records request to see how you got from the airport to where you're going. I also looked up, you can stay at the Copley Inn for about $100 a night. That's in Back Bay. It's near where you're staying. Thank you so much for your time.
Jorge Leyva, Kylie Vini, and then Emma Valentino.
Yes, my name is George Leyva, and I'm here to request you support the Sabino expansion in middle school. You're getting a lot of information right now, right? You're getting a lot of different from plaintiffs, from the special master, all biased, of course. And I guess what I'm trying to say is Department of Justice, which is probably the most unbiased decision maker here, has come out with a neutral decision for Sabino. So let me just put that on the floor that should be your starting point. Now, let me talk about 2 of the main issues that are still hanging out there. The first one being student safety, right? That's been raised, and a lot of information has been sent out. But let me first start by saying that I have not found any data, no data, to suggest there would be any concern with that in the school. No data at all. Contrary, I have found that Sabino was historically a middle school and high school. It was stopped because of capacity issues, but there was no issue at all. Right now, Sabino enjoys one of the best discipline statutes in the district, and that will continue. Why? Because Mr. Munger, who is not going to be the principal of the middle school, but he's established a culture and environment there with the students and staff that will continue. It permeates, it's not going to change. So I can't see any data to support the argument that there are concerns. Okay, parents, if you're concerned, don't go. I mean, you don't. It's open enrollment. It's not an issue. The other big elephant in the room is racial integration. As Mr. Munger said, racial integration has improved at Sabino over the last 10 years. The one thing he didn't talk about is how that's been achieved. And one thing that has been said is 54% open enrollment. Sabino is attracting students. Okay, it's not because we're a magnet. We're not. We don't get the money. We are attracting students. If we had the middle school, that will attract even more because you would have that whole integration of more students coming in. Hopefully the buses come along board, and that will improve it. Why do I think buses would help? Ask the magnet schools. It works for them. Why wouldn't it work for Sabino? So everything I see says this is the go. Let me talk about facts and innuendo, right? I ask you to please make a decision based on data, not on somebody's hearsay. This is the data, and as decision makers, you should be making it based on that, not on innuendos like that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kylie Vini, followed by Emma Valentino and Stacy Dutton.
Hi, I'm Kylie, and I live on 803 8B Titan Loop, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base.
I'm Emma, and I live on 8068B Dragonfly Loop. We are 5th grade Borman students. We will be speaking on behalf of Borman. I have been at Borman since kinder. Borman always makes me feel safe. They were great at K through 5th, so why not K through 8? All the teachers there are kind, respectful, and great at teaching. All the staff there take time to know all of our names. They care about us. Most students are scared to go to a new school, so that's why Borman should be a K through 8 school.
The reason why I am here is to explain why Borman Elementary should follow through their plan having a K through 8 school. Borman Elementary staff care and adore their students. When teachers care about their students, they want their students to succeed. When all of the other 5th graders pass, they will move on to 6th, and that means they will leave all of those teachers who taught them how to be the best. Having a 6th through 8th grade will make it easier for the students to succeed, and that's the whole reason why Borman Elementary School should be Frank Borman Middle School.
Thank you. Stacy Dutton, followed by Mark Mayer, Luis Herrera.
Good evening, Board. I'm Stacy Dutton, the school liaison at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. I live at 9112 Indian Canyon. Regardless of the vote tonight, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank TUSD School Board, Dr. Sanchez, the faculty, staff, and ancillary services TUSD for their unwavering support of our military children. Military students attend not only Borman, the majority, if not all of the schools in TUSD will have a military-affiliated student in their school. Your school is continuous, and we had the largest deployment in history of over 1,000 families this year, and we have 500 more going. Statistics show that our families, if they're a mil-mil family, 60–80% of the time, with only one family member military, that our families will be, children will be in a state of transition at least 40% of the time. That means 30 days before and 6 months after that they're adjusting to a different family situation. Your schools and your faculty and staff and you continue to support us through Flag Day ceremonies, Veterans Day, red, white, and blue, transition. We've had wounded warriors come in on short notice with your children in our schools, and I'll call the schools or the counselors to send records, and they do placements immediately. We've had families from other countries that the children do not speak English, and we're not talking just Spanish. consistently TUSD supports our families. And I can assure you in my dealing with the schools and all of the school board members and those people that hate my dreaded calls, every issue is resolved in what's best for the student's education. And I say this to you not only in this job for 5 years, and I work with school districts in 11 of the school districts in Pima County. I'm a veteran. I raised children, went to school in 4 different countries and more school districts than they want to remember. TUSD is often beat up in the press, and the achievement dedication to education is often overlooked. And again, I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you know we do appreciate and we know what TUSD does for our military families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Mayer, followed by Luis Herrera and Sarah Elizabeth Gonzalez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Mayer. I'm here on behalf of the Julia Keene Neighborhood Association, and I wanted to address the repurposing of the Julia Keene Elementary School. As you know, the association, in conjunction with a number of local groups and an ever-burgeoning interest and support by the broader community, has a proposal for the reuse of the school. And it is comprised of turning the playground into an urban farm that would produce and serve healthy food to the community, including potentially TUSD's food services, and converting the building, the existing school building, into a combination of artist spaces, potentially research and development startups, and also some indoor crop production. The urban farm and crop production is compliant with the existing planning and zoning. The other uses I mentioned would probably take some changes there, but they would be far less drastic than the other proposal that I think you may be aware of. This evening, or really this afternoon, you had an executive session where the school site was discussed. It was labeled as an update, but as you can imagine, it's always a matter of concern to us when the fate of our neighborhood is being discussed in something other than a public forum. And so we do want to address this other issue in case it was not fully and communicated to you, but the other proposal is to push the industrial zoning to the south into our neighborhood, covering the playground area that once had the songs and laughter of children, would have heavy-duty industrial trucks and a parking lot that would face and be out the backyards of our neighbors. There was a meeting on this. This came relatively out of nowhere a little over a month ago, and there was a community meeting, and 45 people attended, and everybody was unanimously opposed to this proposal. Getting back to what we are putting forward, there's been some recent communication with USD staff. We've put one form of a proposal together and another one conceptual, and starting to talk about some figures about how this would work. But then we were asked how long it would take to put together a business plan and funding sources, incorporated into proposal. And if you know anything about doing a bona fide business plan, this isn't something you do overnight if you're really getting into the dollars and cents and figures. So the one we responded that it would take 8 weeks plus another 2 weeks to account for the holidays coming up, a total of 10 weeks. And we've not heard back whether that we're going to be granted that full time. And so we can concentrate on what we need to be doing. We would love to hear that we can have that time without having to be looking over our shoulder at every upcoming meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Herrera, followed by Sarah Elizabeth Gonzalez and Randall Brookshire.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Luis Herrera. I live at 2425 East Maynard Avenue, and I work for the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona. I would like to say a few words in support of the Julia Keene Neighborhood Association and Flowers and Bullets Collective proposal to start a community farm in the now closed Julia Keene site. The Community Food Bank works in collaboration with many community organizations, families, and institutions in the region to fulfill the vision of having a healthy, hunger-free community. And that includes TUSD as well, in the current partnership to bring local grown food into TUSD cafeterias. In this case, we hope to support the proposal of the Flowers and Bullets Collective and the Neighborhood Association to create a green educational space that will increase access to healthy, locally grown food to the neighborhood and potentially even to TUSD students. The Community Food Bank has many programs where the community proposal can find support and resources to make the project happen and hopefully become a model for urban agriculture in the city. We can provide technical assistance, materials, and volunteer support to implement the community farm, the proposed community farm. We see lots of benefits in coming out of this community proposal, including the food security of the neighborhood, having a space where kids and young people can play, exercise, and learn about growing food and nutrition education. We believe that exposing kids and youth to where the food comes from will increase their health, their interest in ecology and sciences, and hopefully improve their academic goals as well. Since I've been working at the Community Food Bank in the last 7 years, I've seen the positive transformation of gardening can have in individuals, families, and even TUSD students, where we have helped around 15 schools within TUSD district to start gardens. And we have seen the positive impact that it has on those kids and the community members in the neighborhood. And that's from anything from helping people deal with depression to improving their diets and alleviate diet-related illnesses. I hope you consider all the potential benefits that a community farm could have in the neighborhood and other benefits that could arise from having a community farm in a low-income, working-class neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah and Elizabeth Gonzalez, Randall Brookshire, and Yvonne Poss.
Good evening.
You can move it. She can pull that down if she wants.
You can go further.
You want to say the address? Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Gonzalez. This is my daughter, Sarah Haro, and my husband, James. My address is 456 South Otero Avenue. We're here on behalf of Drachman Montessori. So do you want to speak?
I would like to have K through 8 grade because I would get to go with my friends, and my friends, if they were here, they would say, because they told me, that they said that they would say this, if we could have a K through 8 school, I would totally go, and I hope all of you guys would come and see us to be together, because some of my friends, I'm in 4th grade, and some of my friends haven't been together since kindergarten.
That's true. She's been there since kindergarten, and my son actually went there, and from kindergarten he just recently graduated, and that was back when it was from K through 2nd grade, and then I had to put him in Carrillo. I had to bounce him around for a lot of schools, and I think it's really important to keep, Drachman growing. It started out as a little tiny school, and to my surprise, when I went back to enroll her in kindergarten, my son's kindergarten teacher was still there, the music teacher, the PE teacher, which is pretty impressive, and it says a lot about the school. Not only do I see us as a school, I definitely see our school as a family, because we do have smaller classrooms and we do have a lot of communication between the teachers and parents and the principal. I mean, he's amazing. We have our sports program. If you guys have ever come out to see our sports or our fall festival, or Dr. Salaya at the talent show with his juggling act, it's a pretty neat sight to see. And this is my husband.
I've known Sarah since she was 4. She's starting to grow into a beautiful young lady. A lot of that credit goes to her mom, but also a lot of it goes to the school she goes to. They have great teachers there. They got a great program. Dr. Salias, the gentleman who was speaking earlier, says that Dr. Salias would be able to get a program up and running. I believe that. And Drachman is one of the few schools that I've read and heard on the radio that they went from a C testing to an A testing. So if something's working, you'd have to ask yourself, why would you want to change that? And if it keeps working and the kids want to keep going there, and I don't see why you would want to you wouldn't want to have more classes, more people going there, and more people learning that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And actually, Dr. Shalaya is receiving our blue ribbon today, so that says a lot. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Randall Brookshire. I'm sorry, I might be butchering. Yvonne Apas and Kristen Burry. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Randall Brookshire. I live at 9623 East Via del Sol Feliz. That's out on the east side of town. It is in the district. I'm here with my wife, Sunny. I have two children, Amanda, who is a freshman, and Nicholas, who is in 6th grade. I come here tonight not just in support of the Sabino expansion, but for all these projects. I think they're a great idea. And now, I realize you might look at me, see where I live, and say, well, I'm really not going to help the case much, right? But I would hope that my family matters to you and that we're important as well. We live in a location that gives us a great deal of good school choice, right? I have 2 nearby public districts. I have private schools and charter schools. When it came time for choosing a high school for our daughter, we had Saguaro, Sabino, Tanque Verde, Desert Christian, St. Augustine, charters, and more. Okay? There's a lot of competition out there. Like any parents, we just want what's best for our children. Okay? These bigger issues and the complexities of the district, that's all fine, but in our family, it's just what's best for our children. And so we're consumers of education, and educators have a product to sell, and we're voters. We vote, whether it's for a budget override or with our feet. And I'll have to tell you folks, up until now, it hasn't been TUSD. Okay? My children, up until now, haven't been in a TUSD school, but the proposal like this, and that sparks our interest. A proposal like you're saying serves the needs of our family, and I think it's fantastic. Now, to me, there are 3 paths you could embark on. You could vote down these things. You could vote down all the expansion, saying it's not the right time. I don't think that's a path anybody wants to see us on. That's a path of shrinking enrollment. That's a path of plowing down schools like Wrightstown that I drive by almost every other day. You could only vote for some of them, right? The ones that you think are politically safe and that'll get by the special master. And I think that's a vote that only serves some families and not all families, and we should be voting to serve all families. You could be courageous and vote for all of this, and I think that's what you should do, and that's what I would recommend. Doing nothing may seem safe. Voting for some may appease people, but voting for all is a transformation of the district. And I think the people who've been working on this, the people who came up with this idea, great work, and my compliments. Now, I told you that until recently, TUSD hasn't been a choice. I mentioned those high schools earlier. We went and we shopped around. My daughter's now at Sabino High School, and that's a testament to the program, and it's a testament for what can be done in this district. But I'm actually more excited for my son, Nicholas. When he knew that they were building a hovercraft in the engineering department, boy, he skipped middle school. You didn't have to worry about Fruit Tenler or anything. He's going straight into Sabino. That's what he wants to do. But that's why middle school is important to us, okay? I think one of the concerns is that it'll draw from McGee. I hear that the proposal is to make McGee more academically linked to Saguaro and much more like Dodge. Fantastic. So I support all these programs, and I hope you support them too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvonne Paz, followed by Kristen Burry and Tom Keller.
Good evening, board. My name is Yvonne Paz, and I'm a teacher and a parent at Drachman Montessori Magnet School. I've been an upper elementary school teacher for the last 3 years there, and I don't see myself teaching anything but Montessori, and I'm really up for the challenge to loop with my kids upwards. But I also have been seeing a lot of families leave TUSD schools because the decision hasn't been made whether or not it's going K-8. And just these wonderful families leaving the school, leaving my classroom. 3, as a matter of fact, are leaving now mid-year, and it's just such a sad fact. I would love to keep my daughter at Drachman Montessori Magnet because it is a Montessori school, and I believe in Montessori education. When I went to teachers education school, I wanted to be a Montessori teacher. That's all I want to do. And I'm really up for the challenge going K-8. And I want to bring my son, my kindergartner, to Drachman as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Burry.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, Council, board members, and student liaison. My name is Kristen Burry. I live at 2125 North Madeline Avenue. My history with TUSD goes back to when my daughter was 2, and I started to call all the different school districts around. I then lived in the Amphi School District. I was looking for Spanish immersion schools or Montessori schools. There was not Spanish immersion at the time. There was bilingual, but that wasn't the option that I was really looking for. And I was Montessori child myself in Minnesota when I was young, and I was seeking Montessori. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't know about Drachman. So my daughter went through a private Catholic school kinder. She went to Amphi for a year. We went back to Minnesota when I sold my house and I contemplated leaving Arizona altogether. I met with Jonathan Rothschild, our mayor, and I knew him from working on several councils through the Pima County Sheriff Department, working with youth resource teams, Pima Community College, where I used to work. And I sought out every opportunity I could to engage our community in education. And before Jonathan Rothschild was elected, I even said, we need a mayor that speaks for education. I've spoke to TUSD. We need to market our schools. Finally, I heard about Drachman because I decided to leave Minnesota and leave my daughter with my parents at my former school, where her second grade teacher was there for 37 years when I was there. So she was in good hands. I came and served as an AmeriCorps member to build capacity with TUSD through an organization. And that's how I heard about Drachman, kind of really through the grapevine. And my daughter enrolled at Drachman in 3rd grade. She's now in 6th grade. Her teacher is Miss Paz. And she spoke to you last year about the ecology program. She loves Drachman, and a lot of students love Drachman. And the opportunity for it to go K-8 would be a wonderful opportunity to highlight the only public Montessori school in Southern Arizona, and a Blue Ribbon Award winner, National Excellent, National Magnet, let me get that acronym right, National Award winner for magnet schools, and this year, 2 both in the same year, an A school, and continually looking at very qualified and engaged parents and teachers and students that I'm currently teaching 4th grade there, and seeing how engaged they are and how they love to learn, and they're guided through the Montessori philosophy. Even if some teachers don't have both certified in state education and Montessori, that does not seem to be a point of weakness. It looks like a strength because they steer towards that Montessori philosophy, and we embrace that fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, just a second. Board members, we've reached the 45-minute mark for this board meeting for the call to the audience, so I'd like to ask if there is a motion to extend the call for the remaining 3 speakers.
Second.
Ms. Foster moved and Mr. Juarez seconded the item. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Okay, I apologize. Mr. Keller, then Cesar Aguirre, and Lillian Fox.
Good evening. Thank you for my time. My name is Thomas J. Keller at 4562 South Dogwood Avenue. I live in the Nan Lyons School District area, about 10 houses away. When I went to the meeting to discuss that, there's about 1,500 people that reside around the school. There was less than 2% at the meeting, which was not a very good representation of the school there. 50% of those people were not notified at all. And I live within that circle of someone, and we never got any notification. None of my neighbors did at all. They were not received very well. The pastor who said they wanted to teach the children, to bring the children into the school, and then your representative, Richard Murillo, says, well, we're closing the school because there's no kids. So that sounds like a little conflict of error there in that, there's no kids in there, so why should somebody be in there doing the kids? Also, I'm to understand that there's an enrollment issue with Santa Rita High School as well. My get is that we are a retirement community. I am semi-retired, Vietnam vet, and all the people that I talk to when I run for the last 8 years like the idea of turning that school into a community center for Vietnam vets or vets in general. Most of the people there are are retired, they own their own homes, and there's 1/3 of the homes there are empty. So we can bring in more people of that kind and raise the property value of that, get better taxes raised on that. So what my question or my presentation to you is that I want you to consider not passing the thing for the pastor there, and consider moving or relinquishing the building and property to the community so that we can do what we need to do. We can draw in more vets. I mean, with 200,000 vets out there who are homeless, 22 vets are committing suicide every day. Many of the vets that are homeless are now women with children. So if we can bring this community, and the chances of bringing kids back into this community are less than 2%. So and Tucson is a retirement community. We would like to move that into bringing retirements and mostly veterans into that community so that we can raise awareness. One of the main killers of adult people are loneliness, and we think that with a community center, we can end that with a certain kind of people, especially in the veterans. So thank you for your time, and I will be glad. I also put in a proposal. I don't know if Richard gave you the proposal or not, but I'd be more than happy to talk to you about a proposal for that.
Thank you. And Cesar Aguirre, followed by our last speaker, Lillian Fox.
Hello, Governing Board, Dr. Sanchez. My name is Cesar Aguirre, and I live at 407 East 26th Street. I'm here to speak today about the expansion at Drachman, the K through 8. But first, I wanted to just kind of thank Dr. Sanchez for acknowledging all of the hard work that the parents have done organizing around the magnet issue. We've worked really hard for the last 2 months, working, on organizing the event that we had last night. And I thank you, Dr. Stegman, Adelita Grijalva, and Cam Juarez for showing up, and also Dr. Sanchez for being there and listening to the concerns of the community and taking the time afterwards to meet and greet with people there. We thank you for that. The reason I had to bring this up is because I find it very insulting that some people believe that poor brown people on the south and west side of town can't organize around things like this, that we somehow are taking, being led by people. And it's really, really disturbing, because I don't think that parents from other sides of town would get the same reaction. And the parents have been working really, really hard to push all of the sides that have been involved in this case to work together for what's best for our kids, because that's what it's about. And as a parent, it gets very, very frustrating hearing all of the different sides and arguments and fighting, when really what we all need to keep in mind is what's best for our kids. That being said, as far as the Drachman K through 8, thinking back to my youth, in 6th through 8th grade, I think was the most challenging time for me in my life. It really was the time in my life where I made that decision which road I was going to go down. And for a lot of parents, it's very scary trying to figure out where you're going to send your kid during those times in their life. For me, it was very difficult to find a middle school, because my daughter went to Ochoa Elementary for all of her elementary education. It is a Reggio-inspired elementary school, and it was very hard to find another school with those same beliefs and philosophies, and the Montessori program is very in line with the Reggio Emilia program. The philosophies, they're very in line. So that was, of course, a perfect place for me to send my daughter. Now, we're going to have to do that search again this year if this doesn't happen. And, looking at the way that the board has really been supporting the community lately, I really believe that you guys are going to make the right decision. This is something that the community wants. This is something that the community has asked for. And I know that if you all support us, the community will all be supporting you when it comes down to the final, to the final rounds of all this. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Lillian Fox, and you're our last speaker.
My name's Lillian Fox. Good evening, President of the Board, board members, counselor, and superintendent. Tonight, you're going to get a 1.5-page update on the fiscal year budget, which is astonishing. There's not anything in there at all about where the district is spending its money. There's been absolutely no information about what the budget actually is. The update, the 1.5 pages tonight, tell you the sources of revenue and that how much money has been spent. You can contrast that with the last fiscal year update that Mr. Awad did when he was chief financial officer. I think that was the 2013 fiscal year. It might have been 2014. In contrast to this one that just talks about the revenue and gives no clue where the district's spending its money, he had a 13-page budget update a month earlier in the year. 8 pages of that budget update were devoted to where the money was being spent. It told you how much money the schools were getting, how much money the departments were getting, how much money was being spent on administration. There was a lot of detail in that. You really could tell what the budget was doing. Furthermore, the district has not published the budget book. The budget book is the public document that tells the public how much money each department is getting, how much money each school is getting. What we got tonight was the first presentation, and apparently I could have looked it up in the court documents about how much DSEG money's been spent in the schools, but no clue yet about how much of the rest of the district's money is going to schools. This is really a disgrace. When I asked originally when the budget book would be available, I was told September. When it hadn't appeared in October, I asked again and I was told November. What I've heard from a reporter now is they've been told the book is going to be available in December. This is disgraceful. Now, other thing. On the grade reconfiguration tonight, the input from the African American plaintiffs has been completely ignored. It's not been presented to the board. It should have been given to the board at the last board meeting. It was not. It wasn't given to the public until 2 days after that board meeting when it was published on the internet. The summary tonight has not a single comment quoting from the African American plaintiffs' comments on this configuration, not one. If you want to see what the African American plaintiffs had to say about these various school changes, you would have to read the 111-page district or committee report, and it's at the back of that report. This is really bad. The public doesn't really know what the plaintiffs have had to say about this, nor what the special master have had to say about it, and they've had no information about what the African American plaintiffs have had to say. This is really not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the end of the call to the audience. I'd like to ask, I'll go ahead and close the call and ask if any board member wish to ask staff to review a matter, wish to ask a matter be put on a future agenda, respond to a criticism. Board members. Mr. Hicks, then Dr. Stegeman.
I'd like to ask in response to the gentleman from Lyons if we can get his proposal that was presented to the district, because I don't believe that the board saw that proposal.
Thank you. Dr. Stegeman.
To Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, representing the Neighborhood Association concerning Keene, I think it would be great if you would send your updated proposals as they appear so that the board knows what you're proposing for the Keene site. Thank you.
Ms. Foster.
Yes, Dr. Sanchez, if we could get information on the science curriculum. I know that our students still take an Ames test when it comes to science, and so I just would like some information on where we are with our science curriculum, the development and the professional, both the written curriculum and the professional development when it comes to science, please.
Okay. Any other? All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming to the call to the audience. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a very, very quick, before this next presentation, like 5-minute break, if that's all right, board members? Okay, thank you. Really quick, though, like 5 minutes.
Why are we having that? Okay, he wants us Monday to go to Tucson. But just give it
You give me some clarification. No, nothing. Because, and you made, it's made,
saying it.
Hey, thank you. And so our next item is item 5, study action. It's the grade configuration changes at Tucson Unified School District schools to include possible changes at Borman, Collier, Drackman, and Fruchtendler Elementary Schools and Sabino High School. Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. So at the last governing board meeting, we presented information to the board regarding each of the individual schools. So tonight, we have updated and new information that does present the perspective of the special master, the Mendoza plaintiffs, the Department of Justice, as well as the Fisher plaintiffs. So all groups are represented in the information that will be presented to the board tonight. We'll also have a discussion and conversation regarding the process, its level of inclusiveness. If the board will remember last year when Fruchtendler and Sabino was brought forward, the federal judge, Judge Berry, didn't dismiss the Fruchtendler Sabino expansion on the basis of its merit, but rather he felt that more attention needed to be paid to process. So we took the court order and the information from the federal judge, we detailed out what was in it, and we created a process and documented that process to be able to show that should the board support each of these initiatives, and I will recommend all of them, I will recommend to the board that they vote for all of them, and I think a strong show of support for the community would be a 5-0 vote with all board members signing on that these initiatives are worthwhile. As I stated in the last board meeting, I'll state again, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Nodine. Arizona is a market-driven educational environment, and you either speak to and respond to the complexity of the market or you find yourself out of business. I'd prefer to not find TUSD out of business and rather responding to the market and listening to the market. As many companies do, they change their business models as well as update their products to speak to what consumers are looking for, and we should be so wise as to take advantage of those opportunities. And so with that, I'll ask Mr. Nodine to come forward and to present the information to the board. I understand that Dr. Stegman has requested that each item come and be voted on individually, so I'll make the recommendations to the board after Mr. Nodine's presentation, one school site at a time.
Okay, thank you.
President Grijalva, members of the board, student liaison, and Dr. Sanchez, council, thank you. We'd like to present the final report on the grade configuration changes. I understand it's a big packet, it's a lot of information, but also understand that we've been trying to keep you up to date on this. On the last board meeting, we not only presented the individual ones, but we talked to you about what the special master and plaintiffs had recommended, summarized those, and provided you that information. We've also provided that information to the committee throughout the process as that information has come in, and I'll have Katrina Leach, who's from the DLR group, talk about some of the committee process there and the considerations. And then I also want to just reiterate the timeline that's on page 4 of the process, which looks at how we responded to the special master and plaintiff's process comments, and also page 6 that goes through that as well. So it's been a process throughout to take information in, review that information, and do the best we can to respond to that information. And frankly, that's where a lot of the mitigation measures and changes to these have come throughout the process. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Katrina Leach, who's with the DLR group, who was instrumental in helping us with the committee.
President Grijalva, board members, Dr. Sanchez, council, thank you for listening to us tonight. Like you mentioned, I'm Katrina Leach with DLR Group. We help facilitate this process with the Student Assignment Committee. We brought all the information to the committee members, talked about the goals, talked about the evaluation criteria, and during those meetings, we broke to small groups, had discussions. We even looked at floor plans to make sure that the program blocks can actually fit within the facilities. If they couldn't, what are the short-term and long-term plans to make these programs successful if it does go forward with the grade configurations. We did talk about the desegregation impact analysis and how that affected the schools and the surrounding schools. There was discussions also about when the special master and plaintiffs comments did come through, we brought them to the committee and we asked them to consciously evaluate them, make sure that they understood them, also provide any kind of tweaks to the final draft, to the final report that might help alleviate some of those concerns, some of those comments. So there was a lot of discussion, a lot of work put into it. I would like to thank the parents, staff, community members who were part of this committee because it was a long process, and they were very instrumental in bringing their perspective to the process.
Okay, with that, I'd also like to thank the committee too. I always forget to do that. That's why we have people like Katrina who keep the social aspect of all this together, and I just do all the numbers and do the presentations to the board. So thank you, committee.
Dr. Sanchez.
Yeah, can, Mr. Nodine, if you would, if you have members of the committee here, can you ask them to stand and be recognized?
Please, stand and be recognized. Yep. Good job. See, even better. Okay, so with that, what I'd like to do is go through some of each of the schools, and I'm not going to go through them all the pros and cons in detail, but I do want to give you the special master and plaintiff's overall kind of comments, and also what you can see is our recommendation, which is, as Dr. Sanchez said, approval, and then with some of the mitigating factors. Okay? Oh, I have it. There we go. All right. To start off with, it's really important to understand that all of these are based on choice. They're not changing boundaries. And I have to reiterate this because there seems to be confusion sometimes. And I know it's not with you, but it's good for everybody to hear it again. They don't change attendance areas. If a person wants to attend a middle school that is their attendance zone school, they go to that school. This is simply choice by open enrollment. This will increase the choice of parents and students in TUSD, as you've heard from the parents this evening. None of these proposals negatively impact integration. They're very neutral in terms of integration. In fact, if you look at them, some of them, Drachman being one, provide an opportunity to improve integration, and with express busing, all of them provide an opportunity to improve integration. The Student Assignment Committee recommends, they really helped to develop these, and they evaluated them, and they do recommend approval of all of them. That said, let's just go through them. First of all, you can see all the pros and cons. Generally, in each case, there are going to be more pros than cons, and that's why they recommended approval. There is some issue in terms of cons with not having the facilities of a middle school at some of these schools. And so what we'd look at if there's a 6th grade added in there, look at science carts as a way to address those issues. And if there's a 7th and 8th grade added in there, then in the long run, they would need improvements to the school, and we would look at that as part of the bond program. All right. Another thing that happens that's a pro that we didn't mention last time because it really came up after the meeting with, that we had with you on the 20th, is that many of these increase enrollment in a school that isn't racially concentrated. Now, they're not integrated, but they're not racially concentrated, so they're fairly balanced schools. Okay, so we're recommending approval of Borman as a K-8 school, and that's with the AVID at Robert Naylor to help Robert Naylor continue to attract students. Drachman, we're recommending approval with an East Side Express bus. And you can see that Drachman is one of the more expensive ones, the middle grade, and that's because of the 3 to 4 buses that may be needed at the middle school level, but we would be looking at how we could trim that number of buses down through looking at exactly where the students are. Now, the other thing about that is, if you look at all of these proposals, we just received a fiscal analysis from finance. All of them, without the express busing, run in the black. So they provide funding. And with the express busing, they run a little bit in the red. And so we have to evaluate whether we're going to do that express bus or not, depending on the ridership on most of those. But on Drachman, we're really recommending, regardless, that we go with that express bus. And I wanted to show something about Drachman and also address the Montessori program at Drachman. This is a map of the students, and it's hard to see this, but what you'll see is the kinder and first are the dark red and blue, and you can see that there's more of those coming up on the east side. And so what's happening is the school is getting more successful, and it is, at attracting students to integrate the school. And you can see that in the lower grades. The other thing that this map shows is where the other Montessori schools are that are in town. And we've put what their grade configuration is, and you can see that 3 of them are K-8s, and 2 of them are K-6s. And where we had the data, we put down what their enrollment is. So you can see that as well. And I do want to address questions on Montessori that came up in terms of the Montessori program. And Dr. Salaya isn't here, but he did send me an email that I'd like to just go ahead and read. My first, and this is from Dr. Salaya, the first concern, which is that K-8 programs in Montessori are not typical, not part of the Montessori program. He says this is not very relevant. The American Montessori Society has had middle school as part of its training program for years. You can Google Montessori middle school and find schools nationwide that are K-8. I would say that it is not as common as a Montessori pre-K to 5 grade schools, but it's appropriate and wonderful for middle school students. The second concern is having to do with the certification. He's been working to try to get certification of his teachers with Montessori since 2006, and he has 2 now with completed training out of approximately 20 hires. As a result, they've paid for the training themselves. He's been trained, as well as his Montessori coordinator. They do provide, because they've been trained, they provide on-site training for their teachers in the Montessori program. As a result, most of my current teachers do not have the official training and certification, but we do have an award-winning program that's been nationally recognized. Out of 13 teachers, 2 have had the official training completed, 2 are more than halfway done with the training, 6 have completed online Montessori diplomas, and 3 are new this year receiving the on-site training for now. So there's really a strong program to get all of the teachers trained in Montessori at the school. And with that, I'd like to go on to the next one. Fruchthandler, we're recommending, and all of these actually, part of the discussion you've heard is that they will attract students who are not currently attending TUSD schools. We're recommending approval with an East Side Express bus, and that would be contingent on making sure we have viable ridership numbers. Collier, same thing. We recommend approval contingent on, with the express bus and the contingency. And then Sabino, we're recommending approval, but with the following measures. First of all, market Sabino 6th and 7th and 8th grade to students not attending TUSD schools. So really look at how we can market it to people who are not currently in TUSD. Market in racially concentrated schools, and actually we did a survey of express buses or students in racially concentrated schools regarding express buses. Just in this last week, we surveyed by telephone, the parent link, over 5,000 parents, and we received 30% more at the high school level and less at the elementary school level that were interested in and would consider attending the schools if there was an express bus available. And what we did is we looked at 7th and 8th graders, 6th and 7th graders, and surveyed them, and we looked at 5th graders and surveyed them relative to the elementary schools. The elementary schools, it was about 25%, and the high school was about 40%. That was the high side. So there is a lot of interest in, there's a lot of potential interest in that express bus, but you really have to see what happens when, so to speak, the rubber hits the road, and they need to look at what time they need to get their children to that bus and so on. So we would continue, however, to market it and play off that interest that we've experienced with the phone survey. We'd improve McGee by connecting with Saguaro and making sure that students there have the opportunity for advanced placement classes. We'll look at recommending funding, current funding staff levels and fund McGee so that they don't operate under the threat of losing students and teachers saying, oh, I may not have a position next year, I need to leave. And so we'd look at some level of time where we'd keep the staffing levels current and the funding current. And then the last one is phasing in the Sabino option so that we start the 7th grade based on the graduation of the 6th grades from Fruchtendler and Collier. That way the program would grow rather than try to pull students from other areas. It would grow from those schools. And those are our recommendations, but I realized as I did that I forgot to mention the special master and plaintiff's comments. And so I'm going to go back and just hit those really quickly. First of all, in terms of Borman, it was supported by the special master and the Mendozas. No concerns expressed by DOJ. In terms of Drachman, it was supported by the Mendozas with no concerns expressed by the DOJ, and the special master and the Fishers did not support it. In terms of Collier, it was supported by the special master with no concerns expressed by DOJ, and the same thing for Fruchtendler. And then with Sabino, it was no concerns expressed by DOJ, but it was not supported by the special master and the plaintiffs.
Can I ask a question regarding the Fisher plaintiffs for Borman?
For Borman, they were opposed to it. They were opposed to all of them except for Drachman, which was neutral.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other, Ms. Foster?
We had a chart last time, so it's not the first time. I mean,
Right.
we have had information about how the plaintiffs and the special master feel on this, because I remember the chart we had last time with all of the checks, and so, and nothing, has anything changed from that chart?
No, we have not received any comments since
Okay.
we provided you that information on the 20th.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board members? Dr. Stegman?
Before we get to the individual schools, I have just two general comments. First, my impression is the DOJ basically stood down from the whole process. I mean, and I think that's not inconsistent with what you said. I mean, they really didn't do any independent analysis. They weren't really supportive or opposed. I mean, this isn't their issue. I think that's the way I read their position. Is that?
I think that's fair to say. They felt it did not have a negative impact on integration, and therefore there was no reason to object or approve.
And the second general comment is, and it repeats what I said at the previous time we discussed this. If our past experience in TUSD with express buses hasn't been notably successful, and all these proposals are proposing, sorry, that's redundant, to fund those out of the DSEG budget, obviously, right? The express buses or not?
We would propose that, but we would still have to work that out with the special master and plaintiffs.
Right. Well, if you want to experiment with them, that makes sense for whichever one of these finally go through. But to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that if they aren't covering their own costs in higher enrollment or however we make that calculation. I mean, I'm not sure why we would do that. I would rather put that money into teachers or education or classes, but that's just my view on that.
Okay. Dr. Sanchez, we do have express bus into Sabino, correct? And we had a presentation that basically showed that it was sustaining itself as far as
Yes.
ridership.
Yes, we did. We put an express bus into Sabino 2 years ago, and it covered its costs and ridership.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, I mean, we have had some recent success with express busing, so I just wanted to bring that
Yes.
point up. Thank you. Mr. Juarez.
And I believe in your initial part of your presentation, you actually talked that express buses were efficient and effective, and we had a pretty consistent reporting back that they were staying in the black. Is that correct?
I don't remember reporting that.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood what you said. I thought you said
what
that.
I did say is that we surveyed parents of students in racially concentrated areas and received what I would say was pretty high, a very high level of support, higher than I would have expected in the 30% range. Now what we have to do is see if when we start to talk about schedules and pickup points and so on, how many of those will turn into actual riders.
Okay, so that's consistent with what I was saying in terms of it being a positive thing for us.
Oh yeah, it looks like it has a lot of potential. We have to check that out and mine it.
Sounds good, thank you.
Ms. Foster, then Dr. Sanchez.
Before we go on to vote for each of these, I want to thank everybody, the sites and the committees and the parents that have been here. And just to, I heard everybody say a call to the audience, let me stay at my school. Something's working at my school and I want to stay. And I think that's a resonating positive message for our district that I heard this evening. I just want to, I heard that loud and clear and I thank you for that. We don't hear that enough. And then also, I also heard that I want to reiterate that the Department of Justice is neutral on this, but they also, there's so much contention with all of the different parties and they don't have that contention. And I think that when someone from the call to the audience said that, and that really resonated with me, that it's hard to pull apart the game that's played. And I do recognize that neutral stance of the Department of Justice is a positive for me, that this isn't harmful. These decisions aren't harmful.
Dr. Sanchez.
I'll reserve my comment when I make the recommendation on each of the items.
Okay, Ms. Howard.
Thank you, President
Mr.
Grijalva. I just wanted, I know you guys have heard a lot about parent opinions and teacher opinions on the Sabino Middle School integration, so I just wanted to give you a student opinion. And actually, my sophomore year, I conducted an investigation into Sabino's decline in population as part of a math project. And what I found out was that if Sabino's population continues to decline at the rate that it is, eventually it would be economically unfeasible for TUSD to keep the school open. And as a saber cat that would never want to see her high school closed down, I see the middle school as a way of keeping the school alive. And as a Latina, a Mexican citizen, and a student there, I can say that I would have never gone to Sabino if I thought it was unsafe and if I thought there was any segregation on campus. And I can guarantee, having seen the work done by the administration on campus, that the middle school would be the same way. So I hope you guys all vote to approve of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks.
Question. There was a couple of slides, or at least one of the slides, that represented a bond that you're looking at going off after?
What we're saying is two of the schools needed improvements. Drockman would need improvements to its pods to create classrooms within the pods, and if it didn't, and we would suggest that if there's a bond approved, that would be funded through a bond. Now, if it can't be funded through a bond, then there are portables on the campus that can be used. The same is true of Borman. Now, with Borman, the situation is we'd be looking at locker rooms. And so the question is, does it really need the locker rooms? To what extent? Are there other rooms that could be used as and converted to changing rooms? And that would depend on the population of the school. Again, if we wanted to put locker rooms in Borman, we're suggesting that if a bond is approved, that those be funded through the bond.
Okay, based off of past experiences with bonds, just a couple of weeks ago, that doesn't look very promising.
Well, I would...
And we already have two tax levies against the property owners in the city of Tucson, TUSD, correct? I've got it right here.
I understand, and that's why it's contingent on bond approval, and we believe that we can get these to work even if the bond isn't approved.
Right. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Dr. Sanchez.
Just want to make one clarification, then I'll make the recommendation, and the clarification is on the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice doesn't actively endorse plans. Their purview is, would this hurt integration? And if they feel an item doesn't hurt integration, then they don't take an adverse position. But they've never stepped forward and said, we endorse this or we don't endorse this. Their purview is, from the Department of Justice's view, does this hurt integration? And if it doesn't, then they say, this doesn't hurt integration, and therefore we don't oppose it. But they don't actively endorse plans. That's not within their realm. So I just wanted to make that clarification. With that, I would like to recommend that the governing board approve Borman to be a K-8 school in the Tucson Unified School District.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Juarez and a second from Ms. Foster. Any discussion? Dr. Stegeman.
I wanted to briefly address the DOJ issue. I agree with Dr.
We're voting on this item. Did you have discussion on this issue?
The DOJ did speak on this one as all the others.
Okay, go ahead.
So I agree with Dr. Sanchez. The DOJ is not in a position of doing a policy analysis and endorsing the plan. I was at the most of the desegregation conference we had several weeks ago. DOJ was on the speakerphone, and my comments reflected my clear sense that they were basically standing down on this. Now, I think that I agree with Dr. Sanchez, if they saw a very adverse impact of any of these, then that would go above their threshold and they would intervene, and obviously they didn't. But I think it's fair to characterize their position as basically standing down. DOJ tends to weigh in, reserve its capital for what it regards as the most important issues, and I think this wasn't it for them. I think that was clear from the comments of their representative. All right. So, sorry. That's
Okay. So I have a motion and a second, and what I would like to ask board members is if they have a comment about the specific school, we'll wait to see if there's a motion and a second. We'll have comment, and then we'll vote. Is that okay? So I have a motion and a second for Borman. Can I have a roll call vote, please? Sylvia.
Dr. Stegeman?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
Happy Veterans Day. Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes unanimously. Okay, now we're on to Collier K-8. Dr. Sanchez.
Governing Board, I'd like to recommend Collier Elementary School be transformed from a K-5 to a K-6 program. Of course, we do offer pre-K there, so I don't want to preclude that this recommendation would eliminate that, but I do want to recommend that formally Collier become a K-6 campus.
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Juarez moved the item. Ms. Foster seconded. Any discussion? Dr. Stegeman.
So at the summit, the Mendoza plaintiffs consistently pressed the point that this would hurt integration. And I spoke with the Mendoza Council afterward, and they continued to stick to that position, and I respect that. But the special master, who's pretty sensitive to integration issues, does not agree with that, feels that Collier is, for example, pretty far from McGee. And based on the special master's support, while respecting the Mendoza's objections, I will support this.
Okay, thank you. Any other? I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Dr. Stegeman?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, item passes unanimously. Drachman, Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to recommend Drachman Montessori from this point forward, after the board vote, and of course with the court's final approval, as with the other two, be a K-8 in TUSD.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Foster moved the item. Mr. Juarez seconded. Dr. Stegeman.
I have a question here for Mr. Nardin. And by the way, thanks for the excellent presentation, and the map with Drockman and the competitors and the students was great. So you mentioned Drockman separately on the issue of busing and saying that you thought in this case the case for busing was especially strong. Is that simply because the student population is so dispersed, or was there some other reason?
The primary reason for that is it's a magnet school, and we're looking at ways to support it as a magnet school and help it achieve the integrated status.
Mm-hmm. So then can I follow up with a comment? So the special, as Mr. Nardin summarized, the special master has expressed concerns about the Drockman proposal, largely based on the viability of the Montessori model and extending it to the higher grades and the availability of the teachers and the cost and so forth. I spoke to Dr. Celaya after our last meeting, and I'm just speaking for myself, am convinced that although there are some cost issues there, and the busing is certainly a cost issue, that the model makes sense. And I do think at least it's viable, and I think it's been well thought out, the proposal. And I think there's some logic when the school has performed so well lately and come up so far to, I don't know if this is the right word, but to reward that success, I think. So. Despite, I think that the special master raises some good points here, but on the whole, I think that Drockman has come up with a good plan, and that's why I'll support that.
I wanted to speak to Drockman specifically because it is the only school in TUSD that is Montessori. And so I think that it's important that if parents want to opt for that option, the only other K-8 options are private. And so if we want to keep those students and those parents in our schools that want that model, we have to, I think that we have to be competitive, and I've heard very strong arguments from Drockman on why this is going to be successful, and I'm happy to support it.
Ms. Grijalva?
Mr. Juarez and Ms. Foster.
Looking at it from a market value, the map pretty much alluded to most of the Montessori schools being on the northeast side of town. And looking at some of these development models with the county and with the city, a lot of the school-age children demographics are moving towards the center, west, and southwest parts of town. So the market is wide open, and it being a K-8 is an incredible standing for us as a district, but also for the school itself. So I believe not only are we going to increase integration there, but we're also going to create opportunities, not just for the students there now, but for future students at Drockman. So I'm going to support this as well.
Ms. Foster.
And just to reiterate what everyone has said here, as well as the other options are all K-8, K-6, and K-8, so they are successful at these other schools outside of our district. And then that I had dinner with a professor from ASU about a month ago, and we were talking about what do we do for middle school? Middle school's a difficult time all over the United States, not just here in Arizona or here in Tucson. It's kind of the question in public ed everywhere. And he said, we really need to have a more exploratory, more Montessori type of environment for our middle schools. And so I hope we can really look at this and see is it working, how is it working, and that it can inform how we look at middle school all over our district, because I think there's something to be said about a time to really explore before we get into high school with the credit-driven agenda, that our students we take advantage of that time at middle school, which we know the Montessori pedagogy lends itself to this exploration and widening their understandings and choice. Choice is really important for the adolescents at that age. So of course I can support this as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Stegeman?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes unanimously. Congratulations. Fruit Tendler, Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to recommend that Fruit Tendler move from a K-5 to a K-6 elementary school.
Thank you. Ms.
Second.
Foster moved the item. Mr. Juarez seconded. Any discussion? Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Stegeman?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, item passes unanimously. And Dr. Sanchez, Sabino High School.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely, last but not least, I'd like to recommend Sabino High School expand its grade configuration to include 7th and 8th grade and have a functioning junior high school on site. So I'd like to recommend that to the governing board.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Mr. Juarez moved the item, Ms. Foster seconded. Any discussion? Dr. Stegeman.
When the Fruit Candler Sabino proposal came forward to us originally as a package, I initially wasn't sure. Then we got more data from Mr. O'D and I studied that. And on the basis of that, although there are some legitimate concerns, it seemed to me that the benefits outweighed the costs, and I supported it. And I haven't received any new information since then to change that assessment. I did hear the arguments made at the desegregation summit, a lot of which related to McGee, but on balance, if we were voting on the merits alone, I would still support it. I think that Sabino made a good case. My concern here is that alone of all the proposals, the plaintiff groups and the special master all oppose it. And I think that Sabino had several powerful advocates who spoke very well, Mr. Rustan, Mr. Leyva. Mr. Rustan spoke of the importance of forming partnerships. Well, I think that although nominally we are the legal adversaries of the plaintiffs and have been for decades, one of the reasons that we're still in this after decades is that the adversarial relationship has mostly not effectively turned into that kind of partnership that would work better. I mean, there are many reasons, but that's one of the reasons. And I think if you're trying to form a partnership, which I think will make this whole process work better, then there comes a point at which you don't just say, if your partners disagree, I am right and you are wrong, even if you still believe yourself that you're right. Part of team building, and Mr. Rustand also spoke eloquently about that, is making concessions and not fighting too much. I think that these proposals did suffer a little collateral damage from other issues, as was alluded to, and I think that that means that we should change our approach a little bit across the board and show some deference to the opinions of our prospective partners in this process. Secondly, the judge, as Dr. Sanchez accurately recounted, did object to this initially, not on the merits, but because of process concerns, and because the main point of the process concerns was that the plaintiffs had not had sufficient time to respond. Well, we did that, and I think we did a good job with that now, and I compliment the staff for that. But the result of that process is neither the plaintiffs nor the special master support it. And so we can now say we did the process of soliciting input, but if we then simply disregard the results of that process, I'm concerned about the message that sends. The judge obviously, I think, valued the process, not because he thought that the results would be irrelevant. And my third and final concern is, and I could be wrong, and I'd like to be wrong, because if this board supports it, then I would certainly hope it goes through. But I'm concerned that given the opposition of both plaintiffs groups and the special master, that this is unlikely to get court approval. We haven't, when the odds are lined up like that, we haven't done well in the past. And I'm concerned whether it's even good for the Sabino community. I mean, I'm not putting myself in the place of making that judgment, but still I have to wonder whether going forward with this in the face of likely rejection then and raising those hopes is even a good idea. I think that if this doesn't go through for whatever reason, in my mind it's still on the table. And if we continued to work with the plaintiffs and the special master and could get more support for this, then I would be happy to support it in the future. But right now, for those reasons, not so much on the merits, I'm not going to be able to support this one.
Mr. Hicks.
And just to piggyback on that, everyone knows my feelings on this issue. I'm not going to be able to support it. Also, more on just my views and my interactions with some of the other parents who were opposed to having 7th and 8th graders on a high school campus. When it goes through, I hope that you prove me wrong, but I hope you do prove me wrong, because if it does come back to bite us, it's going to be interesting, because I think just having these kids on a campus is going to be a monumental task to keep them separated from. People are shaking their heads no. I'm telling you, I've been there and I've seen it. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Juarez.
I've always believed that just because something's going to be difficult, you got to go and try it. You got to go and do it. You got to put your best foot forward. You shouldn't shy away from something because it's going to be difficult or unlikely. I'm going to support this, but with respect to the objections from the Fisher plaintiffs, I understand the argument, but I also know that anytime we hit a concentration of over 70% of any racial or ethnic group, we're going to have to look at efforts to try to mitigate that. So if the concerns are that it's going to become concentrated with exclusively white students, then this district is under a court order to address that. So I don't have an issue with our students participating, our high school students participating with our middle school students. It worked before, and it didn't come apart because of that. It became apart because of enrollment, as was alluded to by our student liaison up here. And so I think this issue is worth trying. I think it's all about creating options, and I'm going to support this for that very reason.
Ms. Foster.
I just have 3 points that I heard this evening, and well, the fourth point is I appreciate what Dr. Stegman said about compromise and working with all of the different people that are involved in the DSEG case. I'm really struck with what Mr. Berkshire said, which is, this is about kids. This is about what's doing right for kids, and that needs to be what drives what we do. And so I wanted to thank him for reminding us of that. I'm also really struck with what Ms. Mulligan said, a teacher, that she only hears from her students that they have a choice of Espadero or Orange Grove. And this is about, we are in the era of choice here. And that's my last comment with what Mr. Nodine reminded us of, is this is not mandatory for anybody. And so anyone who does not want a 7th grader at Sabino, that we're not mandating that. It is an absolute choice for 7th and 8th grade parents. That's not, and so nobody's being told you have to send a 7th grader to Sabino. So with all of those 3 points, and we know everything we do is contentious, and here, and when it comes to this, and I wish it were always for the right reasons.
Yep.
I just want to speak briefly on the fact that it is a choice. And we at TUSD need to be competitive, and we need to give parents options that they want. And so I don't want to see a school like Sabino that is an A school and that has produced generations of students not be able to compete with high schools that are across the way just because of choices that parents are making. We're just giving options. You don't have to take them if you don't want them. I think that is very telling that Mr. Munker came up and talked about how the demographics are shifting at Sabino and how recruitment efforts are creating a more integrated campus. I want to give Sabino the opportunity to continue to attract generations of students, and I think that the proposal is well thought out and balanced. And so with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Dr.
Actually,
Stegeman.
do
Oh,
we
wait.
have to make
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
recommendation to move?
No, didn't he?
No, he already did. For
Yeah,
Sabino.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Did we had a motion and a
Yes.
second, correct?
We did.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Juarez motioned and Ms. Foster
Thank you.
second.
Okay.
I did.
Dr. Stegeman.
No.
Ms. Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Hicks.
No.
Mr. Juarez.
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva.
Yes, item passes 3-2. Thank you. Dr. Sanchez.
I do want to be sure that the board and community and all present understand that there are hurdles in this process. The first hurdle was the convening of the committee, adhering to the process set forth by the court, petitioning the feedback of the committee, creating the proposal, coming to the board at the last meeting for a study item. At this point, presenting the board with an action item. The board has now passed the items. All 5 have passed, or all of the proposals have passed. So at this point now, the information from tonight's proceedings, I do want to again highlight that the statements made by the board will all be weighed by the judge. This information now goes in as a recommendation and a request by the district to the federal judge. And so we will hope that, understanding the urgency of these moves, that we will receive notice from the federal judge and the court very soon. So we will ask that this process be expedited for the purpose of enrollment options so that families will have information much sooner than later. So I did want to highlight to the board and to the community that this was one hurdle. The final hurdle, of course, is the federal court. After, should the federal court approve all of these items, some of these items, or none of these items, we'll have to communicate that information out to the public. However, with the level of participation and the adherence to the process, thank the board, I thank the community, and we're prepared to move to the next item whenever the board president and governing board are prepared to do so. Thank you.
President Grijalva,
Yes.
for the record, I need to bring up one more thing, and that's the Cabot Catalina. We were asked to look at grade configuration changes district-wide, and the plaintiffs have asked us to evaluate, some of the plaintiffs have asked us to evaluate Cabot and Catalina. This isn't an action item, but I just wanted to inform you that it's not being proposed by the schools. It's not been evaluated by the committee. Staff really needs to look at it in terms of what's its impact on Otterbeck, what's its community support, what are its integration benefits, and then we'd like to evaluate that and bring it back to you in the second semester of this year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Next, we're on information item 6, Arizona School Boards Association presentation regarding the recent settlement agreement in Cave Creek versus DeWitt, which I think is really important information. Dr. Sanchez.
I'm going to say this as people are getting up and leaving. I would really hope that they would stay to hear this presentation because this has heavy implications on school funding.
It does.
So if you want to know how much money your babies are getting next year and how this all worked out and what you need to do and how you need to advocate for your newly configured schools, I think it would be amazingly important if you got the time and the kids don't need to go to bed for you to hang around and hear this information. So I'm going to humbly request that. Yeah, tomorrow's Veterans Day. You're off. Sleep in, please. If you have kids, let them sleep in. So, all right. So with that, I'll go ahead and introduce the content of the next item. With us, we have Mr. Ogle, the Executive Director of the Arizona School Boards Association. The item is an information item that will be presented to the board, which will speak to the settlement agreement in Cave Creek versus DeWitt, which dealt with the 301 funding plan and the legislature's refusal to fund the inflation funding factor that was put in place by the voters. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ogle to present this information and introduce his team.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. And as a former superintendent, I'm used to being able to clear a room when I get to the microphone. So for those of you that left, they're going to miss out. But thank you. President Grijalva, Dr. Sanchez, members of the board, thank you for inviting us down to talk about the settlement proposal that now moves to a ballot initiative That's now been named Proposition 123. With me tonight is our Associate Executive Director, Tracy Benson, and our General Counsel and Director of Legal and Policy Services, Chris Thomas. And the reason we're here tonight is because Dr. Sanchez asked for us to come down and brief the board and answer any questions that you folks may have with regards to what has occurred recently with regards to settlement of the 5-year-old litigation against the state of Arizona. So just to give you a little primer, a year ago in September, the plaintiff partners, and as Dr. Sanchez mentioned in his superintendent's report, the plaintiff partners include the Arizona Education Association and the Arizona Association of School Business Officials, as well as Arizona School Boards Association. And we have been together in this litigation since 2010. The failure to fund inflation began in 2008, of course, after Proposition 301 was instituted in the year 2000. Last year, the plaintiff partners stood on a stage at a press conference and offered to drop any claim for back pay in exchange for resetting the base. And we made that in writing through our attorney circles to the state of Arizona, and we're told that that was a non-starter. And ironically, now we are here a year later with a proposal to resolve the inflation lawsuit that is significantly more robust for all of our member districts. And all of our plaintiff partners came to the place where, after 8 months of mediation and conversations, there was a confluence of legal, political, and financial factors that led the plaintiffs to the point where saying that this resolution should move forward. And that's where we are. I think all of us believe that perfect should not be the enemy of good. And what we bring to the voters is certainly good and also not perfect. We recognize that. And in compromise, like my dad taught me, that means that nobody gets exactly what they want. But what we do have is a proposal that, if passed by the voters on May 17th, would bring more than $10 million annually to TUSD. That would be protected in perpetuity with inflation forever, constitutionally protected, and it would be at the board's discretion with no policy strings attached, and appropriate for you to utilize to your best interest here in TUSD. So we're very proud of that part of the deal. It also has trigger language which protects member districts in the case of the next dramatic recession. And the reason we say that it protects you is because it gives you defined entry into a recession and defined exit. And during the term of a triggered recession and inflationary funds are not appropriated, the compounding of the base level student revenue continues. And that was a significant win for us as school plaintiffs. So that's kind of the overview of how we got to that point. Our two members of our senior staff that are with me tonight both have different roles as we move forward. The plaintiff partners are continuing to work together as we roll this out to our members across the state. Tracy Benson, as Associate Executive Director, will be guiding us through that rollout of how we communicate this complicated topic to the member districts and how we get to the May 17th election. And of course, Chris is expert at the legal procedures and technical aspects. And I'll ask them each to give just a couple of minute overview, and then we're happy to answer any questions the board may have, if that's
That's fine.
that's fine with you. Thank you. Chris?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Sanchez, for inviting us tonight. I'm just going to give you a recap of what we have planned in terms of sharing information on this resolution to the lawsuit with our members in the broader community. in large part, just as we've done from the start of this lawsuit, we're working with our plaintiff partners, the Arizona Education Association and the school business officials on these joint plans. And just as you had questions as a board this evening about what this plan entails, we know that other member districts and members of the community do as well. So it's a top priority of ours between now and when this election takes place in May to make sure that all the factual information on how we got to where we are today and what this means to communities and school districts is out there. So some of the key areas that we'll be focusing on as we're moving forward on this is really talking about increasing the awareness of what the settlement means to individual districts. As Dr. Ogle said, for TUSD, it's $10 million in this first year. We'll also be focusing on the role of the various funding sources that are involved with this, and I'm sure Chris will talk some more about those funding sources, but particularly trust lands, which are, a little known, I think, funding source by most folks for education in Arizona. And then really increasing awareness about what this means on the ballot and sort of the different choices that there are. What happens if this passes? What happens if this doesn't pass? So those really will be our key strategies, focusing first on our member boards, like you, and then expanding out to your constituents and making sure that folks in the community and in our school districts who are going to benefit have the tools that they need to share with their community members what the impact of this will be if it passes and the impact if it does not.
Okay. Dr. Sanchez.
I just want to be sure that we did some math on this, and Dr. Ogle had mentioned $4 million, and 120 times our ADM comes out to around $4 million, not $10 million. So I just want to be sure that that number is clarified.
Yeah, we have done the financial analysis. The JBLC put out a report just a couple days ago for every district. An unweighted count for TUSD would have totaled over $13 million a year. We went back today and did the analysis in preparation for tonight. And it's about, based on current weights, it's about 10.1 million of money that's owed to you since with the correction and then the additional appropriation.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Sanchez.
One other clarification. Is that $10 million that you're referencing including the inflation funding factor that the state had budgeted this year and already distributed, which is around $52 per pupil? Because the number that I'm looking at is a number that the $120 roughly times ADM isn't the same as $172 per ADM. So again, is the number that JLBC is presenting to you and the one that's been stated here, does that exclude or include the inflation factor funding that was distributed in this fiscal year?
That does not include that. So if you include that, it's 11 and some odd. I don't have the number at the tip. I have it in my briefcase if you want to look at it, but it's over $11 million if you count the $74 million that was allocated one time only in this fiscal cycle. So.
Okay.
I'd just like to say a couple things, which is one is that, ASBA started this lawsuit back in 2009, and we were the ones who brought together the plaintiff partners, including the Arizona Education Association, the Arizona Association of School Business Officials, a number of school districts, and a number of individual plaintiffs. So we have shepherded this from the very beginning and have safeguarded the inflation factor that was passed in Proposition 301 in the 2000 election from the very beginning. We've always said that, if Prop 301 contained nothing else but inflation funding, it would have been worth our support. And it had many, many other things that it did as well, but we certainly have safeguarded its importance. I think one of the things that has gotten lost in this lawsuit and the debate about it is folks believing maybe that the lawsuit had the potential to do more than what it did, which is that it was not an adequacy lawsuit. It was not talking about whether funding in Arizona schools generally is adequate, equitable, fair, and enough to do the job. It's not about that. What it was about is essentially what amounts to cost of living increases that were mandated by the voters in Proposition 301, and making sure that the legislature followed what the people voted for. And we stuck behind that principle. So when we come to a settlement and people say, well, you know, where does this move us from 50th in the country? Doesn't this move us to 49th or 48th? That's true, but it never had the potential to be more than that. And it's a first step, but it is only a first step. We have many other needs that we have to address, and we can't get to those discussions and those debates with this hanging over us. We have Proposition 301 renewal of the sales tax that expires in 2021. We have to have that debate soon because it must be renewed in either 2018 or 2020. We have huge capital expenses that we have not yet addressed, and there's a lawsuit ready to be filed about that. And let's hope that it doesn't have to take such a long route that the last one did on capital funding. Immediately, we have to deal with current year funding. Immediately, we have to deal with career and technical education funding. All of these things are critical. We hope that this is the beginning of this conversation, and we certainly are going to be pressing for that. So what happens, well, the question that we get now is, was this the right time to settle? And the only way you come to that conclusion, that if you could reach a settlement that was fair, that this is the right time to settle, is if you knew the risks that were accompanied by not settling. We were looking at 3 to 4 more years of probably litigating this to the nth degree, in which case we would lose $350 million a year. That's over $1 billion to public schools over that time. In addition, we lose the compounding effect for those 4 years in addition to that. So that's assuming that we win every step of the way. We're still only at the Court of Appeals on the reset issue. We're still at the Superior Court on the base or the back pay issue, which we still do not have any order that's ever been entered onto that issue. So, and the political wins happened at the time when the players involved, there was an opportunity. And was that opportunity the perfect opportunity in terms of the timing for us? No, certainly. We were very concerned about our districts, our member districts, about bonds and overrides, and we didn't love the timing of this, but we were basically told it's either now or never. And so if we could come to a reasonable settlement, we had a small window of opportunity. If we could not come to a reasonable settlement, then we were looking at going down that road of 3 or 4 more years of uncertain litigation. So it was worth it to our members to stay at the table. I think it's important to note that the plaintiffs were unanimous in their support for this. And while at times we had plenty of arguments amongst ourselves of whether or not this was good enough, we always felt that it was ultimately in the interest of our members. $10 million is nothing to sneeze at. And to a district like TUSD, like any other district around the state, that's a significant amount of money that will help the teachers and the students of your district. So while as Dr. Ogle mentioned, it's not perfect. It's not everything we would want if we got to write it ourselves. It is something that we can be proud of in the sense that this would not have happened without school organizations and so many of our members stepping up and standing behind us, and the advocates that are out there that created the pressure and the political climate that could make this happen. So we know that while we played a key role, we needed everybody to get here.
I have a quick question. So you mentioned that this is Prop 123 now, apparently. So 100% of the funds that you're talking about are contingent on voters passing?
Yes, the deal is structured. That's a great question, Madam President. Thank you. And so, yes, this is entirely contingent upon passage on May 17th. Should the proposition fail, then we're back to the legal course that Chris just described. We're all back in court.
Okay.
And I don't think any of the parties, defendants or plaintiffs, want that result.
Okay. And then are there any assurances or guarantees regarding what's happened in the past with districts where the legislature will give funds in one area and then take away funds in another? Do we have any language that guarantees that won't happen?
I'll let Chris address the specific language relative to that, but know that if you remember back over the last few weeks, there was a period of time when there were some media leaks with regards to a deal being made, and then there was a long period of silence from the plaintiffs. During that period of time, we were in discussions on the language to provide the appropriate protections for all the member districts. Obviously complicated legal language involved in that, and ultimately the legislature controls the budget, so they'll have the power of appropriation as they always have had.
Right.
What we were able to secure is language that ensures inflation is in the Constitution in perpetuity. So the revenue in the first year is the least that will ever happen for TUSD because of the compounding that will occur in the future. So, and I don't know if you wanted to add anything about the language, but.
The only thing I would say that it's really clear about is to the extent that the first 5 years, there's a $50 million appropriation in addition to their base reset. And then the next 5 years is a $75 million appropriation. As to those monies, there's no strings attached, as Dr. Ogle mentioned. So they cannot offset and direct those funds to be spent in a particular way. That is the one assurance we have. Other than that, legislative authority with regard to the rest of the K-12 budget is status quo.
Right. See, that, I mean, I guess that's my real worry, having been here as long as I have, that you're just like, okay, that's great. We get 4 million or 10 million or whatever the dollar amount happens to be, and then it gets cut somewhere else.
Right.
And so really, the end result is flat, or they'll provide some sort of incentive, but we have to jump through all these hoops in order to get those funds. And that's what I worry about. So this money might not have any strings, but that doesn't preclude any other language around our budget, and that's worrisome. Dr. Sanchez.
I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Hicks because he's had his hand up, and then I'll ask
I
after
didn't see
him.
Yeah, Mr. Hicks, please.
Because you
indicate
never
if
looked
wanna-
this way.
No, I did. I just looked. You need to just let me. So, Mr. Adelita, Ms. Grijalva, I want to speak. Go ahead,
I've
Mr.
not heard
Hicks.
anyone else do that.
It is better.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Prop 301 was, what was it? What was the initial point of 301? Was it for classroom or just string-free funding?
Yeah, go ahead for the classroom site.
Yeah, it did a number of things. As to the classroom site fund, which was created by Proposition 301, which is the sales tax collections plus a portion of additional proceeds coming from the state land trust. That money must be spent in the classroom for classroom expenses. And it's done in those 3 buckets of monies. The rest of as to the inflation factor, that was supposed to be unencumbered, no strings attached money, because we understood that schools had other expenses that weren't directly related to the classroom as well. So that was the intent. The intent was the overall increase education funding. The classroom site fund, however, it must be directed to the classroom.
Okay, but my problem is this, to the voters, are going to look at or maybe conceived as a slush fund for schools. So I find it difficult if I come up and not knowing anything and seeing this coming through and saying there's no strings attached. I'm going, we keep talking about our classrooms are suffering, our teachers are not getting paid, all of these things, and now we're talking about, like what you said, is no strings attached.
Right.
I think the voters are going to turn around and go, and again, other people don't believe me, but they thought that we were going to pass a bunch of bond issues just the other day. That did not happen.
Right.
So explain to me why voters will want to vote for this.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. And this is money that's owed to you since 2008. And if you've noticed all of our messaging, we have been very quick to say, as Councilor Thomas mentioned, this is not an adequacy issue. This is not a funding plan. All this does is correct one piece of the funding formula, that having to do with inflation that was promised to you in 2000 and complied with till 2008. So that's really important for us, and that's one thing that Tracy is charged with, in making sure that we craft those messages appropriately to educate voters that this is the lawsuit. It resolved the lawsuit. Now we pivot and we talk about the bigger picture, because we just cut our JTEDs. And we have crumbling buildings, and we're still in the bottom tier
Community
of
colleges.
the 50 states. And yes, and we ripped into the post K-12 college and university budgets. So this is the beginning to dovetail on Dr. Sanchez and his superintendent's comments, and I applaud you for bringing our staff down November 16th to talk about advocacy because the battle for school funding is nowhere near, this is a beginning of a new kind of conversation. And we put this behind us so that we can talk about the bigger issues.
Correct. I'm just saying, from some people that I've already talked to, they're like going, well, what is this going to be used for? And I'm like, well, I was under the assumption it was mandated, or it was going to be mandated for classrooms.
I wouldn't interpret no strings as no accountability. Because
well, then don't say no strings.
Well, Arizona School Boards Association, we stand for the principle of local control. And that when we say no strings, we're saying that we are preserving the right for you all to make those decisions. And that accountability should rest with the school board.
Okay.
Dr. Sanchez, Ms. Foster, then Dr. Stegman.
I just wanted to go back to the financial look at this piece. And so, as I mentioned, I looked at this with Ms. Soto, and you mentioned, Dr. Ogle, one of the components is current year funding. And whenever we're talking about current year funding, just so that people understand what that means, it means that if you have any student decline, whatever that loss is, you multiply it by 2 when you go to current year funding. So there is a potential effect that, to Ms. Grijalva's point, you could get money on one side, and then with current year funding and no restoration of JTED, actually end up negative if you go to current year funding. So I wanted to ask Ms. Soto if she could share some of the numbers and information and see if this is similar to some of what you're looking at from the JLBC. She's coming up from the back. She's our Chief Financial Officer.
Of course, thank you. And you're right. I mean, this is, school finance is obviously complicated. What we do know is that without resolution of this litigation, there would be less money than there will be.
Right.
And this is, assuming passage May 17th, you will see money in this current fiscal year.
Right. Okay, Ms. Soto, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've run the same calculations that our folks from ASBA are talking about. In our district, our size, we currently have about 47,000 students enrolled. However, this applies to our weighted student count. Our weighted student count is at 61,864 times $120.44. That's about $7.6 million. We also looked at the additional $50 million allocation for the first 5 years. TUSD weighted student count represents about 4.25% of the total statewide count, which is about 1.3 million weighted students. So our share of that would be about 2.1 million for the first 5 years. However, with current year funding, we're looking at the 40th day report, we're down about 535 students. That's about a 1.25% decrease. But again, we have to look at the following year and that tag on another decrease of about 1.25%. So the decline would be about 1,500 weighted students, representing a $6.2 million decrease. And this is not including the JTED cut that we're looking at about another 1.3 million. So a total cut of about 7.5 million for the 16-17 year. So any increased dollars that we would get for 15-16, if the election passes, would be offset by the decline that we're looking for 16-17. Okay. So again, it's not good, prognosis, but that's what the numbers are showing at this point.
Okay.
And
Now
again,
this increase, I'm sorry, I didn't finish. It's assuming a 1.4% increase to the base support level. So I'm not sure what we're estimating for 16-17, but I think that's what I've heard. With a 2%, then it wouldn't be as big, the cut, but it would be a $4.9 million decrease in spite of that. But that's what we're looking at.
so as Ms. Soto concludes, I want to reinforce what Dr. Ogle said. So, without anything, we're down about 7 million. With this, we break even. If JTED's restored, we do a little better. With parent advocacy, if current year funding is eliminated, we do a lot better. So all of this is interrelated, and I just wanted to impress upon the points that Dr. Ogle and his team are making, that there are multiple factors that play into this.
Right. Ms. Foster.
And that's important, especially when we move forward, what it means to the voters here in TUSD and how much will that affect our district. But I want to build on what Mr. Hicks asked, which was why will people vote for this? And this is something I asked Mr. Bond when we were at the meeting and that was something I left off of my board member report, was the ASBA Pima County meeting that I attended on the 29th. And because people will say, and this is why I still don't know, because there's over $700 million sitting in Phoenix right now, right, that the legislature can appropriate at this moment. And if we're talking about borrowing from the land trust versus there's money there, I mean, that's why it's, and I'll be very honest, I mean, why you're here is because I talked to my board president after our meeting, and we did not necessarily feel represented by ASBA in this lawsuit, and that comes back. I didn't, because it comes back to there's this money there, and why wouldn't we fight for those funds to be used right now? And so I appreciate, and won't put you on the spot.
No, please do.
But because
that's why we're here.
And I remember talking to a lot of other board members that evening. And saying, what? Wait, how did ASBA and I appreciate that consensus comes together and that not every board member at ASBA, on the governing board of ASBA, I mean, so I met some that agreed with me and some who did not. And so I appreciate that ASBA came to a consensus and now it's represented. I appreciate that piece. But I guess my comment goes back to what Mr. Hicks was saying, is why will people vote for this when there's already money sitting? That's the message, that there's money that could be used right now for our schools.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate your commentary and your question, and welcome that, because it's on the mind. If it's on your mind, it would be on someone else's mind.
Right.
And our board did vote nearly unanimously to support it, but you understand we're a partnership of 3 plaintiffs.
Right.
And it required, and the plaintiffs' arrangement was that no deal goes forward unless all 3 of the plaintiffs are in complete agreement, and that did occur. And the alternative is facing a political climate whereby the ability to pass things or stop things that are friendly to this conversation does not exist. In addition, we're facing a changing court makeup with a new opening on the Supreme Court that's about to be appointed, meaning that a majority of the Supreme Court will now have been appointed during the last 2 gubernatorial terms. So we were facing that challenge. We had on our side the 2 best legal minds, present company accepted, the 2 best legal minds in Arizona. And when you blend the political climate and the legal advice that was given in confidence by our counsel, and then the ability to provide money in the current fiscal year to you, that confluence of factors led to the resolution. And so the fact that the land trust involved is our way of guaranteeing sustainability regardless of economic and political climate moving forward, because it's constitutionally protected. And when you use the term borrowing from yourselves, the piece that you're leaving out is that money's dedicated to K-12 in the Constitution, absolutely. We can't tap it without voter approval. And so now we're asking for voter approval to take from that to help our children. So I hope as you digest a lot of this complicated information, all of those factors have to go into the weight and balance of coming to this point. And as I opened with, perfect doesn't have to be the enemy of good. And this isn't perfect. It's very messy. But our duty as representatives of the plaintiffs and representatives of you is to bring you the best we can do. And because the only factor that we have ability to leverage is the issue of inflation funding. This isn't an education funding plan. It's resolution of one legal issue. But thank you.
Dr. Stegman.
So I have several questions. First, leaving it, the JTED is a separate issue. The current year funding is a separate issue.
Correct.
So leaving those things aside, I understood Ms. Soto to say that the net impact for TUSD is $9.7 million. Did I get that? Where is she?
That calculation is consistent with our internal analysis within a few $100,000.
All right.
The JBLC has a higher number, and the reason is because these are all projections. But somewhere in the nature, the JLBC projected for you guys 13.6 million in revenue, including the money that was allocated this fiscal year that Dr. Sanchez referenced. Without it, 10.18 of inflation funding.
So the 9.7 compares to which of those two numbers?
With the 10.1 that JLBC projected. So in there is the factors that you use to project most likely.
And the difference there is enrollment projections or something else?
Or weighted count. But yes,
right, weighted count basically. The difference
count, right,
is projected weighted count.
I would think so, yes.
Okay, now this is something I should know, and I'm sorry I don't. In Prop 301, is the I know the tax expires.
Yes.
Does the inflation rule expire, or is that in perpetuity in
It's
the original
perpetuity.
301?
In the original 301, it was in perpetuity.
Okay, so that's there anyway. I mean, you had that.
Yeah, well, it was in danger of being changed, and one of the things that we did come away with this deal from is that 15.90101, which gives us the inflation mandate, remains as is. It's not capped at 1.6%. It's not 1.6 solid. It's 2% of the rate of inflation, whichever is less, forever. And we had people that wanted to sunset it. We had people that wanted to repeal it, and we won that battle.
But how would the original, if I may continue, how would the original inflation rule have disappeared? You're saying because of an adverse court interpretation down the road? Because that as a voter mandate, that is protected from the legislature. So I'm trying to understand why that would have disappeared.
Well, there's two. One is whether or not it's followed, which we've known in recent years that it was not followed. The other one was the original, one of the proposals from the state Senate was to get rid of it altogether. On the other side was making it 1.6, capping it at 1.6, and that would be it. So there was a number of suggested alterations to that. What we can feel comfort about is knowing that it exists as it is written and what we're used to, and now we've got clear sustainability and triggers in place to make sure that it's followed.
But the Senate could, I mean, the Senate could not change that without going to the voters. So you're saying the Senate was going to go to the voters and ask them to take that down?
We definitely had that floating out there.
Right, but did you think that would be likely to pass?
Maybe not pass, but it would be a number of years before they would follow the law. Certainly. I think that's one of the things that, to answer the question of Ms. Foster, is why vote for this? I'm struggling. Well, let's take a look at what the world looks like if it fails, because it's not pretty. I mean, we're talking about redoing litigation, and that same scenario that brought us to this point plays itself out with an uncertain outcome.
So your assumption is, and because I do have some of these same concerns. I think everyone on this board has some of those concerns. So your assumption is that the legislature, I mean your underlying assumption, is that the legislature is basically willing to flout the law in perpetuity.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
Until, I guess you're saying, enough votes in the Supreme Court change that
even with
they'll be allowed.
that, there's problems with a court requiring the legislature to appropriate money. We have a separations of powers issue. We have a constitutional crisis problem. Even if you look around the states, you do not find where a court has said to the legislature, you must appropriate X amount. The only thing that they ever do is say, your solution does not pass constitutional muster. Go back and do it again. And that goes around and around for years and years.
I thought there were, and I don't remember the state, I'm not really prepared to engage in this discussion thoroughly, but I thought there was a state court recently, not in Arizona, obviously, that was fining the legislature for failure to...
State of Washington.
Right.
$100,000 a day, and $100,000 a day is what, 50, $100,000 a day is not very much money. Not if you cost it out. It costs you less to pay that fine than to appropriate the money.
All right. So let me go on. I mean, it's not, I mean, you're obviously not the legislature, so I'm sure it's equally troubling to us, the idea that the legislature would basically just ignore the law. I mean, before, up to this, I mean, previously there was a maybe legitimate disagreement about what the law meant. Okay, now the Supreme Court did, the Arizona Supreme Court
on that, yes.
did ruling, and that was that unanimous?
Yes. And
that was at that time unanimous, what the language meant. So you, up to that point, they could say there is some kind of legitimate argument.
There still is. The issue that's legitimate is not what 2% or the inflation factor is. That's been decided. Moving forward, we know we were going to get an inflation factor. The question is, do we get the base reset to what it would have been had they been funding it all along? And right now, that issue is still under appeal, as is the back pay issue.
Right.
So those are the two things. We could win, and we have won, but if they just say, okay, no harm, no foul, you get inflation going forward and no more, then we just lost billions of dollars.
So how much of this money is not coming out of the trust fund? Or is it whole, I mean, I'm just...
Each year would be a balance because the settlement agreement is based upon resetting the base, and there's a 2-year phase in to bring us up to what the court ordered back in 2013. So it's a great question, Dr. Stegman. The settlement is based on resetting the base and providing the 10 years of additional revenue that you probably have seen. And the ballot proposition is to draw from the trust fund at the rate of 6.9%. So whatever the balance is comes out of the general fund.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So you somehow feel that this legislature, which is prepared to push the envelope, we may safely say, legally, will somehow honor this thing if it passes and if it settles. I mean, what's to prevent? What's to prevent them from saying, well, that isn't what we meant 2 years from now, and we're not releasing that money, and it's staying in a trust fund, or it's not coming out of the general fund, or whatever. The phrase constitutional crisis is sort of a way to say the court doesn't have an army. I mean, that's the way I hear it. It's a very disturbing phrase. Okay, and so I want to understand if that's the legislature's attitude, that where's the court's army? So where's the court's army to enforce this agreement, or any court's army to enforce this agreement? Why is this going to work?
I guess because they agreed to these terms in a very public way, and then a ballot proposition to follow. But ultimately, to your point, we would be in the same position we were had we never litigated.
There's also there's very specified reasons why they do not have to follow it. And if it does not meet one of those specified reasons, it's a pretty slam dunk case that they're not following the law.
For us to be back at it, back in court.
Anything else?
No, I guess there's nothing that you could say that would resolve my angst about this. I mean, I think the angst everyone is feeling is a sense that all this money is coming out of the, I mean, you know the argument. The money's coming out of the trust fund, but all that money is pledged to education anyway. And so, the net gain is minimal relative to what was in principle owed to the schools. And I guess the second part of but I mean, that's not really a question because you've already said all that you can say about that, I think. And the little second part of the angst is I wonder when we say this clears this out of the way so we can begin the next conversation. I've heard that argument made repeatedly. There's something in my head, and you can tell me why this doesn't make sense. It says you've lost your bargaining power. Okay, in other words, if you could not, that sounds kind of negative. I don't mean you personally, but if ASB, and I should say, I really appreciate, before I forget to say, I'm sure we institutionally appreciate what ASBA did and the other plaintiffs to get us to this point, because we didn't file this lawsuit. Right. You did it. You did all the heavy lifting, your counsel, and so in some sense, who are we now to complain because we didn't do it, you did it. So I understand that, and I think we're all very appreciative of that. But I have this sort of hypothetical question in my mind. Why wasn't part of the negotiation, or maybe it was, to solve the JTED problem? For example, why isn't that wrapped up in it? And we had a special session of the legislature. There is considerable support by all accounts in the legislature. So why couldn't that have been folded in? And wouldn't that have been a more powerful bargaining position than now that that's settled, saying, okay, now give us the JTED money? That's an internal dialogue I have. I don't know if you can respond to that.
No, of course, Dr. Stebbin, thank you. And that's great. These are great thoughts to bring forward. But the mediation and then the subsequent negotiations were really about resolving the lawsuit and one specific issue. And you really have no bargaining power on the other education funding topics because they're irrelevant to the legal issue. And that's where the legal strategy comes into play, that you're trying to resolve this. And by resolving this, $3.5 billion over 10 years is coming to school districts that would have never happened.
No, I understand. The legal debate is obviously happening in a political context.
Right.
We I guess, can acknowledge that the governor is a political actor.
Absolutely.
Right, and so negotiations with the governor do carry some political weight. But I'm sort of wandering into a territory of questions for which inherently you have no answers.
Because it's, go ahead, Chris. But we're months and months and months and months into this, up to our ears.
Sure.
And we recognize that many of our audience is not, this is coming more freshly to them, so that we...
Right, and who are we who haven't been involved? I appreciate that.
The only thing I will add to that is the idea that we were basically told that if you open the door to these kind of issues that are friendly to us that we would like to have addressed, you might not like the fact that the door is open to the other side that have other issues that they would like to address, including school choice and a bunch of other things that we would have a problem with. Mm-hmm. And it getting muddied down with all of these issues, some of which we agree with and a lot of them which we don't.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you're saying that this is not a victory and this is not the end, because I think that's what my frustration was, is that I thought we had an opportunity as a community who was really pushing for more money to come to K-12, and then you hear, okay, it's going to be $10 million, and then you actually factor in everything else that's part of our district's reality and many other districts. Unless you are a new district that is increasing enrollment, most of the districts are going to be feeling in the state of Arizona what TUSD is. And so in the end, the community is going to say, you told us to go out and vote for this. We did, and now you're telling us that we really don't have any more money than when we started. We're just sort of flat. And I guess my concern is that we have a lot of public education advocates out there that are going to be trying to work collaboratively with entities that are not pro-public education, and the argument is going to be, if this doesn't pass, then see, you guys really don't care about public education anyway, because we gave you this little, olive branch to do that, and you chose not to. And then, as our experience has been with bonds and overrides, there's never really funding to run those campaigns. And so my worry is that who's going to foot the bill to get all that stuff out there? Who's going to make sure that voters understand that? And is it supposed to come then to our internal districts to say, come on, you guys, we really want you to push this money, and we want you to push this, Prop 123. we may not have any more money, though. We can't really say what we're going to do with the money because we don't really know what it's going to look like. Because if we're going to current year funding, we have no estimate on what that might look like. We might lose 1,500 kids. We might not lose any, and we'll have a plus. I mean, it's sort of, it's just in general really frustrating. So I appreciate that ASBA did not come out saying this is a victory. Right. Because it isn't. And I hope that the other partners that are around, that were at the table, are giving that same message out to their communities, because I don't want it to come back to the district saying, we passed that proposition and now where's our $10 million, when that might not be our reality, and in all likelihood it isn't going to be. Yeah.
Thank you, and that's why that messaging is so critical moving forward.
Ms. Foster.
And just to end, we get to hang out a lot because I'm really involved in ASBA, and so I just want to thank you for coming, and then just say how I want to invite again my fellow board members to really take advantage of our membership in ASBA, because we learn a ton, not only from you, but from the interactions with all our other board members in Pima County. I mean, we had one from AMFI. He out there fighting at our meeting, and I appreciate that. Sure. And how much I learned from other board members as part of your association. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? I really want to appreciate you for coming. I know that this is a hard conversation to have, and I hope that you don't think that it's a frustration with you. It's just in general frustration in a state that really we need to support our children, and it's just not happening, and it's just a general frustration. But
President
I'm sure you
Grijalva,
feel that every day.
President Grijalva, thank you. You're right on point, and we feel that with you because we're in the same business.
All right. Well, thank you. Oh, Dr. Stan.
I have one more question, and maybe I should know the answer to this too, but who is committed on the Republican side to advocating for 1, 2, 3? I mean, what is the governor said he's going to support it and advocate for it actively?
Yes.
Okay.
Except for DeWitt, right? He's the treasurer.
He's been remarkably quiet, hasn't he?
Quiet?
Since
the initial pass.
In the last 10 days.
Okay, but not before that. Wait, he was incredibly
before that was.
And so how do we interpret that? You mean they locked him in a room or threatened his grandmother? Or I mean, what does that mean?
Ms. Grijalva?
Great question.
He's just quiet.
But to your point, the governor has put his own personal endorsement on making sure that this moves forward in a positive way.
Okay, well, that was my immediate question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Juarez.
I want to thank you guys for coming down and remind my fellow board members that we got 3 pages of agenda to go. So if we could move it along. Thank you so much for coming along.
Thank
Chris
you so
and Tracy, thank you guys.
Thank you for
both,
coming.
all three.
Okay.
And thank you guys for hanging out for that one. Happy Veterans Day.
Okay. Information item 7, fiscal year 2016 budget update. Dr. Sanchez.
So I get to say, Fruit Tendler staff, you are dismissed, right?
Thank you for staying.
All right.
Go Firebirds.
Next, I'd like to ask Ms. Soto to come forward and present the fiscal year 2016 budget update. This is something that we've been doing monthly with the board, so the board knows where we are as we track forward. So with that, Ms. Soto said that she is deferred to Ms. Weatherless, and that she will be the backup singer to Ms. Weatherless. So, Ms. Weatherless.
All right, thank you. President Grijalva, members of the board. Presenting the budget update through October 31st, and I would like to make note, today's November 10th. So much improvement with our new system. Yeah. Next slide. Oh. Okay, so we're showing it in total by our funding sources, and kind of to the point that was made earlier about the budget, that is still being worked on for the budget book, and that in future presentations we hope to have some more detail with some year-over-year variances to go along with this. But for right now, it's just totals by fund group. So for maintenance and operation, which our original working budget is $301 million. To date, as of the end of October, we have $70 million spent, 215 million, encumbered, leaving a balance of 16 million. The classroom site fund, we have 32 million with 1.7 million spent to date, 8 million encumbered, and 22.5 million balance. Going through all of the other funds, the total for all funds is 570 million. 107 million spent to date through October. At the same time last year, we spent 116 million. So that's a year-over-year variance of about 9.1 million. Part of that is attributed to some of the cuts that were made. And then our encumbrances are totaling 279 million, which leaves about 184 million uncommitted balance year to date. We've gone through the maintenance and operation and the capital, and we actually made some projections. Those are the only two fund groups that we're showing projections for the remainder of the year. Going forward, we'll have some more detail to provide more further projections in all the rest of the funds. But at this point, our budget of $301.8 million, we're projecting to spend about $292.6 million and plan to carry over almost what we carried over from 15 was 9.2 million. In capital, our budget is 20.9, and we're looking to spend almost all of that in this year. So that is our update. Yes.
So you mentioned 184 million is not budgeted at all.
It's not committed.
Committed.
At this
Thank
point.
you.
So it's not spent
There is
or
a budget.
encumbered. The budget does exist. Yes.
Okay. I was like, that doesn't.
So that would be any future expenditures that haven't been submitted with Recs or POs yet.
Okay, but there are budgets for them. They just haven't been.
There is a budget
drawn
of
down.
570 million total.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Stegeman.
Well, I appreciate this report, which is the first one we've had this fiscal year. Is that
I
correct?
believe it's a second. I know it was done in October.
Ms. Grijalva,
Sanchez?
this isn't the first report. This is the second. Dr. Stegman, you were out visiting with community members when when the first report was presented to the board.
Well, no, that was the report to the state.
No, sir, it was both. We presented both in the same item.
Was this online? I looked online. I didn't see this. Okay. Well,
We presented both, yes, sir.
That may be my error. All right. So this is, I think, as you're acknowledging, a fairly coarse report of the state of spending, and certainly coarser than we received several years ago. So is that is because
From October 6th.
that is because the system can't generate? I mean, why are we getting a much coarser report than we got several years ago about
I
like the
can't
breakdown of
speak to
spending?
what was done several years
Well, no,
ago,
of course you
but
weren't.
it's
You
the-
weren't here, so that's maybe an unfair question. But
I believe that those were done starting in November going forward, when you have further detailed projections being done.
I think we were getting more detailed reports earlier in the fiscal year than this. So, but what you're saying is, but maybe the past isn't the most important thing. So you're saying at this point, for example, we can't get a more detailed breakdown. It's more descriptive. Just is that in the interest of saving the board's attention, or is that because the
If
system
you're looking for more detail, that can be provided. It's currently being built. That reporting out of the system. The budget book online is being built. I'm working on that myself. So
the
once we
budget book-
have all the templates built, we can give you all the detail behind all of these numbers.
on an
It's just a matter
the
of-
budget
on an
books-
ongoing basis, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's sort of part of the ongoing process of rolling out the ERP.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's just a matter of resources, getting the tools built, so we have them available, so we can present them on a monthly basis going forward.
Right. And then through the first half of the year, we were routinely receiving the reserve fund balances in these updates, and that's not here. So that will be coming, be forthcoming.
Oh, for projections? Or
Well,
are
no,
you
we
referring
were
to-
receiving.
You're receiving all
in the
funds.
in the first half of the year, we received almost monthly reports that included the reserve fund balances. So that's something we should be expecting in the future.
On the first slide, you're seeing all funds there.
That's
Well,
the
these are
entire
not, this
budget.
is not the reserve fund balances. These are funding streams and encumbrances. It's not the same thing.
Ms. Soto.
Or maybe maybe it's a blended thing, but it's not,
I think Ms. Soto can
Right.
address it.
yeah.
So if it's the board's request to continue to reporting on those reserve fund balances, we can certainly do so. Although there is no foundation to them being called reserve, there is no term within our financial reports that they are reserve funds, but we can continue to group them that same fashion for the basis of comparison of year over year. If that, is something that you are requesting that we do that.
Yeah,
But
I thought that was your
The reserve
term.
funds are included within all these funds. The funds that are presented here before you are in the format as they are in our legal budget or our adopted budget in those state forms.
Sure.
But we can continue to export out and separate out those reserve funds. But again, I did tell the board on several occasions that reporting would be phased out because there is no grouping called reserve funds in our school finance terms.
Right.
That was just something that was done here at TUSD.
But those funds do legally exist. I mean, those are funds that are, I mean, you can, whatever you call them, reserve funds, cash funds, whatever, they are categories that are different from OML. I mean, they're not subject to the RC, or the revenue control limit. So,
Well,
I mean,
they are-
whatever you name them, they do
Right.
exist.
The funds do exist. The term reserve funds is not something that is in the USFR, in our chart of account system. But again, we can export and extract the reserve funds from these totals here so that you can look at the comparisons year over year too.
Yeah, well, I mean, the essence of good financial reporting is consistency over time, comparability. And so whatever was being done in the spring, whatever name you put on the top of it, it would be great to get that comparable reports going forward.
Right, and again, we thought reporting all funds would give you a better picture of our financial situation here at the district. But again, if the reserve funds is something that we want to continue seeing, we can certainly group them that way for you
Great,
as
that's
well.
great. And I apologize if I made an incorrect comment about the October 6th report.
It was done at the end of the financial report. We gave an update for the month of September.
Yeah, okay, I apologize for misstating that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. So now we're on item 8, Governing Board Policy IKF Graduation Requirements. This was requested by me because I just wanted to have a review on what it is that our requirements are and ensure that all of our campuses are following those same guidelines. Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Morado will present this item, and so I'll ask Dr. Morado to come forward. I think he's outside currently. I just saw him run in. So Dr. Morado will present this item. Basically, what we've done is each high school in TUSD has its own very specific graduation requirement process. So what Dr. Morado is going to present, it's going to be a culmination and rationale as to what each school does and perhaps some of the rationale why each school has their process is set as they do to speak to the unique character of their own student population. So Dr. Morado.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Ms. Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Sanchez and Council Tollison. I have do we have it on the screen where we can pull up the chart? Because I think it speaks for itself. What we were asked is to provide a summary for the board of what each school does. And as you can see, and as you reviewed this, this summary, each school kind of has their own process and protocols for how they handle valedictorian and salutatorian. And then the other one is class rank, because class rank is a factor that, that occurs at each school. And specifically, if you're honoring the top 25, I know that when I was at Tucson High for the 8 years, we would always honor the top 25 students. And we would do so at the graduation ceremony, and then we would provide them a lunch. But for the valedictorian and salutatorian, this is generally what is done. The school that does not do this is University High School. And the reason that High School doesn't do it is because on any given year, they have upwards to 50 to 60 students that are 4.0 or above. And it is not feasible for them to do this. And, but every other school does do the valedictorian and salutatorian. So we wanted to provide you with this information. And then if you have some direction for staff in terms of what you'd like to see, obviously we can dive further into this. We can leave it as is. We can bring you back more information.
And seeing it all out here really highlights why I'm glad that we're having the conversation, because different high schools some go out to 3 decimals, some go out as far as 6. You have some that go to 2. You have some that have co-valedictorians and a salutatorian. You have some that only have co-valedictorians if they have 2 and don't have a salutatorian. And so I think that it would be helpful to get our high school principals together and sort of plow out some consistency across the board, because I think that you have some schools that will have 2 co-valedictorians and you have a salutatorian, which is including more students in that, distinguished sort of role in the campus. And then you have others that will only do a valedictorian and salutatorian, and to have to go out 6 decimal points, I mean, that is a negligible difference. And so if someone has worked that hard, I would like to, I'm not suggesting that I know the correct answer, but, and nor am I suggesting that we start to make any changes right now, because I think that the students at every school have sort of know what the expectation is. But I do think that we need to have some consistency across the district, definitely.
What we do see is that the top 2 to 5%, they know who each other are.
Mm-hmm.
They are essentially taking the same classes. It is not uncommon if there's a student that chooses to take 4 AP classes rather than 3, that you will then see schedule changes that show 4 AP classes rather than 3. And so they kind of get to know who's taking what, especially at the top echelon. In addition to that, for the process that you see up here, we generally, it's uncommon, not rare, but it's uncommon for there not to be a top student, or where you will have a situation where you'll have 4 valedictorians. It is not uncommon to see 2 valedictorians and a salutatorian, because you may have 2 students that are tied, and then they generally will offer the salutatorian, even though they don't have to, but they do generally, because it's an honor, and these individuals are allowed to give a speech to their classmates. And so, yeah, they each have their own way of doing things, but in a way it works. And secondary leadership, we've had over the years, for the 4 years that I've been there, very few issues that have surfaced where there are issues. And I think the principals know that, and they plan those things out, and they work with their students and families closely, because it does get quite competitive over the course of the 8 semesters.
Yeah. Dr. Stegeman and Ms. Foster.
I really appreciate the information. This is pretty interesting. I disagree with Ms. Grijalva on this. I think that there's no reason to force, for example, Choya to use the same rule as Saguaro. I don't see any rationale for that. People sometimes talk about micromanagement, and I think for the board to come in and tell people how they have to give these awards, or even that they have to match each other, that would be the epitome of micromanagement. I just don't think that's our business.
Ms. Foster.
So I think this is interesting, maybe not necessarily for us, but for leadership, and to have the conversation at a principal meeting about what is your practice and why. And I want to highlight also, and necessarily make the decision for anybody at all, but I appreciate Ms. Grijalva bringing up the conversation so that maybe we haven't had the conversation at the leadership level to talk about what do we do and why. And I think if the why is about including and recognizing, maybe that would drive the principals to see that there's a place to have, how can we recognize more kids? Is there a value in that when we look at, for example, at Tucson High, not opposed to having co-valedictorians? Why? Why are they not opposed as opposed to another site that keeps moving at Cholla until the tie is broken? Just to really talk about the why behind which one, why do we do what we do? And if it is about including more students in such a recognition, is there value to that? Or is there value to the 10th, 12th, 13th decimal to figure out which person won? And is there value to that? And so I appreciate this information, not necessarily for us in leadership position, but to bring up the conversation across our district. So
Well,
thank you.
And the reason why I even brought it up is because I was approached by someone who was a salutatorian. That is 4 decimal point. They had to go out to the 4th decimal point, and the school that's listed here says that they go out to the 2nd. So I think that there is some ambiguity across in general. And I'm not suggesting, if there isn't a will of the board, to go to have some uniformity in this, but at least to acknowledge the fact that you have some students that are so close. If you're going out to the 6th decimal point and then you have another student that is just off by 1 decimal point, do you have co-valedictorians and a salutatorian? When do you make that decision? Just so everyone is aware, I think, because it's interesting that you have some schools that are happy to have co-valedictorians according to this, but when you look at what happened in the last couple years with different people, it didn't happen. And so it only came up because someone sort of brought it to my attention to say, when do you do that? And so when I started asking, I realized that it's good to see it all here, but I just polled a couple high schools and their requirements were different. I mean, as far as like how they, and the other thing is that I remember when you were principal at Tucson High and made a really big point of the top 25. Not every campus does that either. And so just to have some, acknowledgement, if you've worked this hard and you're the top 25, is that something that across the board we want to make sure that there's at least some acknowledgement?
Right.
And not everyone does that. And we've all gone to different campuses where things are done very differently. So that's all that's about. It's more making sure that our students get the recognition they deserve. And once the night's gone, it's gone. You can't redo it, Dr. Sanchez, did you have your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. What we'll do is we'll go back and have a conversation with principals about ensuring that what they have written has detail and is presented publicly and is adhered to and doesn't deviate from what they have written. So we'll go back and have the conversation with our campus administrators. But again, I think where we are right now at this point in the year for the current seniors and other students that have begun along this process, that we just need to be sure it is what it is and it doesn't shift. So we can go back and have that conversation with site principals to make sure it's posted, it's public, and we don't deviate from it. We don't say this is what we do and do something different.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you getting the
Thank you very
information. I believe it is 10 o'clock. So
It's 10 o'clock.
do I have a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
I'll second.
Mr. Juarez moved the item. Ms. Foster seconded the item. Are we just saying to move until we're done? Is that correct?
Yes, with a heavy heart.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1. Is that correct? Okay. With, so Mr. Hicks, did you vote for the item or no?
No.
So you're voting no?
Yes.
Okay, so the item passes 3-2 with Dr. Stegeman and Mr. Hicks
Gotta get the
voting no.
business done, yeah.
Okay, so now we're on consent agenda. Dr. Sanchez.
I'd like to recommend the consent agenda as presented.
All right, board members can I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thanks. Mr. Juarez moved the item. Ms. Foster seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Action item 10, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers. Assistant Principal, University High School, Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. Governing Board, I'd like to recommend Mr. Maselli as the new assistant principal for University High School.
So moved.
I'll second.
Have a motion. Mr. Juarez moved the item. Ms. Foster seconded the item. I'll just take a point of personal privilege to say we're going to miss you at Pueblo, but yeah. So anyway, so I have a motion, a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
get
Congratulations.
down there.
So if we can have a little break here.
I didn't hear Hicks either. I didn't hear Mr. Hicks vote.
Ms. Grijalva, you have a question up here if Mr. Hicks voted.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, okay, I
Yes.
apologize. Just want to make sure. I couldn't hear, yeah. It's hard to hear with the sound. Oh, you're smart. You're smart. Well, that was before. You came in. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, let's plug these babies.
Okay, now we're on study action item 11, Tucson Unified School District Calendar 2016-17. Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to invite Mr. Erickson forward and any members of the calendar committee that are here, if you could stand to be recognized, if you've lasted this long.
Yay!
All right. And I do want to stress, it is on the last slide, but I do want to stress that the Finance and HR Department will take all due necessary steps to ensure there is no gap in pay regardless of start times and regardless of when they began. Okay. So that's something that we're committed to resolving on the front end and ensuring that start time and end time of the school year isn't a problem and that we're able to provide a 1-week check to those individuals that would start at the same point in time as our teachers began. So I want to make that clear. Now, this wouldn't, of course, apply to 12-month employees because they're taken care of all the way through.
Yep. Thank you.
And hourly.
Okay.
So, all right. Dan, please.
Okay. Ms. Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Sanchez, lead counsel Tolleson, I want to thank you tonight for hearing our presentation on the calendar. We spent a lot of time preparing this. And if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. This is a list of the calendar committee, and you can see different bargaining units are involved. This is what we are proposing to you this evening, and I'm going to run through a couple of changes. They're minor, but they are changes. First, as a framework for this presentation, the first thing we look at is student achievement, and when developing a calendar, we look at student achievement and student attendance. And we feel that by having more full weeks, we believe that students are more likely to attend school. Having a 2 to 3 day week before or after winter break could have a negative effect on that attendance, which then would negatively impact student achievement. Next, we talk about alignment. This calendar is very much aligned to what we have this year. The start date would remain to be the first Thursday in August. The start date for teachers would be where in the proposed calendar remains the first Monday in August. Fall break is aligned to 4 other districts in southern Arizona, including Sunnyside, Tanque Verde, Amphi, and Catalina Foothills. And the last day of school is for the proposed calendar is aligned to 2 other districts in southern Arizona. Other districts end a day earlier. We're aligned with Sunnyside and Amphi. Balance. This is a high school issue. We look at trying to balance semesters as much as possible for semester-long courses, which we give credit for. Proposed calendar has 91 school days on the front end and 89 on the second half and the second semester. And as I mentioned, balance is important for high school teachers who teach those semester-long classes. Dr. Sanchez mentioned payroll already. Because of the difference in the school start date between the 14-15 calendar and 15-16 calendar, there was a gap in pay, and I'm sure you've all heard a lot about the gap in pay. Process has been put in place so employees will not go 4 weeks without receiving compensation. We're going to cut 1 week checks. And then the last piece is the winter break, and this is where the change comes in. Next January 2nd, 2017 is a federal holiday, New Year's Day, and there is an Arizona statute that dictates that winter break shall not be more than 2 consecutive weeks. Therefore, the winter break in this calendar is moved back by 1 week. The last day for students would be December 22nd. Last day for staff and for teachers would be the winter break would be December 23rd. Therefore, the winter breaks and moved back by 1 week. Starting winter break 1 week later, we are in compliance with the statute, and we are able to give employees 2 full weeks and 3 weekends off, whereas if we started a break on a Wednesday to Wednesday, we'd only have 2 weekends over that break. It really gives people a lot of time to be out with their families. So next steps, if we are approved tonight, we would create the employee communication plan, communicate pay schedules to our employees, and post the pay schedules on the intranet and TUSD webpage. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hicks?
I see you have create the employee communication plan, but how about parents?
Absolutely.
I mean, they're our customer.
Yes, sir. That would be on our list to do as well.
Okay,
We'd have to create
it's not, okay, because it's
You're right,
not
it's
showing.
not, but we would definitely communicate this out to families.
And what participation, if any, did families have?
If you look back at the first slide, here are the people who were involved. We had 2 parents on the committee, Mr. Youngerman and Ms. Peterson were involved in the committee.
Right, but it didn't go out because from my understanding in past, we put it on the website and we'd get comments.
Oh, we've got a ton of comments.
Correct.
Did that happen?
We did put it out for comment. We had 19 total comments. 12 of them were questionable, like not positive. 7 were very positive. And out of those 12, it was mostly around the winter holiday and like things like I'm planning to go on a trip. My kid's going to miss a couple days of school at the end right before break and that kind of things. There were a couple teacher comments about going up. One was probably my wife because she's got to do her baking and stuff to get ready for winter break. And so we talked about maybe doing an MOU with employees for teachers. If on the grading day they have their grades in, everything is done, room is ready to go for break, that they could take that as a personal day, which is not a standard practice, but we have considered that as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the parents were involved and
absolutely
and communicated to in regards to what we're doing.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Foster, then Dr. Segeman.
And so I appreciated when you explained how it compared to other district calendars in our community. And so how does the winter break align with other districts?
Sunnyside's doing a Wednesday to Wednesday, so they're going to have 2 short weeks, and our concern with that was twofold. Number one, if we go on a break on a Wednesday and someone's going to be leaving anyway, they might just skip out and head out 2 days early. So we're looking at trying to have as many full weeks as possible. So that is the second largest district, so that's the one we look most closely at, and we looked at that as an option. The other piece of that was we didn't want to do that because we wanted to have as long a break as possible. With the 3 weekends, our students are actually out of school for 17 days, whereas they'd be out for 14 days. It gives staff the opportunity to kind of rest, recharge, 1 semester down, 1 semester to go, come back ready to go in January.
So there's actually 17 days even though we go all the way till the 23rd.
Yeah, there'll be 17 days where students won't be in school. Staff will be off for 16 days. And if you take that Friday as a MOU day, they could be off for 17 days as well.
And where the other districts, if it's the Wednesday to Wednesday, where kids are only going to school Monday and Tuesday of that
right.
holiday week.
They'd go to school Monday and Tuesday. They'd be off then for 14 days and come back to school on the Wednesday in January, which would be the 4th.
But I agree that there is a lot of absentee.
On a short week.
There's a lot of absentee issues because you have those 2 days that people are like, oh, we're going to go anyway, or they come back from their trip late. And if you only have 2 days right before a holiday, people sort of, I'll just speak for my children. They've checked out. They're like making plans on what they're going to do. So, yeah,
yes, ma'am.
I think that.
Ms. Grijalva?
And I also appreciate the fact that you spoke specifically to student achievement and how that has to be the foundation, because it does dictate a lot of these on how this will work. Mr. Juarez.
And the other important thing to remind folks, and you already stated this, is that this is to address a state requirement. So I think that's a really important thing to consider. In addition to that, the students and families will have more days off, which, as you pointed out, is good for our staff to get some rest.
Sure.
And we've taken care of the check issue, so I'm glad to see it. I can certainly support this.
Any other questions? Dr. Stegeman.
So everyone has to obviously address that statutory issue. How do CAT Foothills and Amphi, what are they doing?
Give me just a moment to find their calendars.
I mean, are they using split weeks, I'm guessing? Or?
Amphitheater is doing something that's a little bit different because they are not going to school 180 days. They're going to school 178 days. And on their calendar, it clearly states that the instructional time is equivalent to 180 days. Right. So their winter break is actually starting the same day our proposed calendar is. Their students would go to school up until December 22nd. They would be on a teacher grading day on the 23rd, but they would return to school on January the 4th. And they're doing that to add 3 days in there because their calendar starts on August 11th, whereas our calendar would start on August the 4th. Right. And what was the other district you asked about, sir?
Well, 16, for instance. Flowing Wells,
yeah.
The other.
I didn't. We don't have Flowing Wells. Yeah. Sorry. Catalina Foothills, though, I can talk to. Their last day for students is actually December 23rd, which is the day before Christmas Eve. They're taking off the 26th through the 30th and January 2nd through the 6th, and they'll return on January 9th, just like we would in our proposed calendar.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nope. So,
Ms. Foster.
So it really is aligned to what the majority of the districts are doing.
Right, and we spent a lot of time reviewing alignment because we know that, like in your case, for example, you know, you're here with TUSD and you also have ties to Sunnyside. We're trying to coordinate with that. And the fall break was the big one that it aligned with 4 big districts around us. So most of this Southern Arizona district will be on break at the same time.
And just to answer Flowing Wells, I just looked theirs up and it's the same as the one that's proposed here.
Okay.
Okay. So I have, this is a study action item. So does anyone wish to
I'd like
move
to
it?
move the item, Ms. Grijalva.
Okay. I have a motion.
I'll second. I think the longer people know, the better.
Absolutely.
Ms. Foster will second the item. Any other discussion? Dr. Stegeman.
I do have some general concerns about how we do the calendar that are ongoing and how we schedule professional development, but this particular iteration within the context of what we do, and especially the fact that it is, I guess, reasonably well aligned with the other districts, means I can support this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have a motion, a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Action items. I'm sorry?
Just remind us.
Oh, okay. No, I am. Okay, so the action item 12 is the superintendent goals for 2015-16. This is a conversation that we did have in executive session. Dr. Sanchez has not waived his right to have his evaluation discussed in public, and so we spoke to this issue for a significant amount of time. And the item, once voted on, it will be public information. But until then, you know, we're basically going to move, second, vote on the item, and then the information will be public when it passed. Ms. Foster.
And if board members do want to have a discussion about this, what happens?
If there needs to be a discussion, we'd go back into executive session. Okay? All right. So this is the superintendent's goals for 2015-16. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Juarez moved the item. Ms. Foster seconded the item. Dr. Stegman.
I do have some concerns about the structure of the goals, and beyond that, I don't see any particular reason why this cannot be discussed in public. There are some personnel matters which are properly reserved for executive session, but the superintendent's goals are defining the trajectory of the whole district. I don't understand why that can't be a public discussion. So I, for those two reasons, will not be supporting this.
Well, and then just to clarify, we did have a discussion about the district goals. We have had that discussion, and that discussion has been public. So I have a motion and a second. Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Stegeman?
No.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
No.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 3-2. Thank you. Item 13, appointment of the Tucson Unified School District Employee Benefits Trust, EBT Board Trustee. Dr. Sanchez. Oh, this is a...
Yes, ma'am, this is a
one of
board
ours,
item,
right.
and just to reinforce, the board has received all the information on this candidate and has had an opportunity to review it, and so this is a board item, so I'll defer to the board.
Okay, so the candidate is Mark Clark, Mark Clark. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Juarez moved the item.
Second.
Dr. Stegeman seconded the item. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 14, award of the request for proposals, RFP 16-18-20 Student Intervention System. Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to ask Mr. Morrison to go ahead and come to the front. This request for proposal is for a student intervention system. As the board has received in its packet, it's roughly $200,000 over a 5-year period. This speaks to the unitary status plan. This has been budgeted in the 15-910G budget, and it is a flagging system. It's something that is required for reporting purposes with the USP, and so I'll have Mr. Morrison speak to the particular aspects within the USP that this addresses. And we have a PowerPoint presentation, so if we could cue that, please. Or you don't have that information, you're going to read it? Okay.
Okay.
So there's, excuse me, sorry, President Grijalva, Governing Board, Dr. Sanchez, to give you some additional information regarding why the district is moving towards this intervention program. We're currently under the USP. There's numerous areas, I'm just bringing this up, that is listed. It's requiring us to be able to speak to, student support services, focusing on academic intervention and dropout prevention. There's also on the data quality, and specifically talking with the district, it's mandated under quality of education personnel, requiring the district to actually have a threshold and the ability to flag students that are in the disciplinary consequences referrals, refer to district student services and identifying them where within. So when we started looking at our Mojave, our current student information system, we currently do not have the capacity there to implement such a system. Looking at Synergy also, this is an area that is not of their expertise at all, and that's what prompted us to go and look forward to a third-party solution to be able to provide that information. And this really, the products that we're looking at are really an early warning system that help us identify students early on, looking at all of the attendance, behavior, academics pieces.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions? Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms.
I'll
Foster
second.
moved the item. Mr. Juarez seconded the item. Any discussion?
I just would,
Ms. Foster.
as someone who works in another district that is still envious of Mojave, because there's so much information there, that please do what we can to keep the historical data there with the transfer, because when we did that, we lost our historical data, and so I'm still going to a antiquated old data system to find that and balancing a new one. And so I hope that can be meshed so we don't lose that precious data that we have that really matters for our student decisions.
Absolutely, yes. That was part of the RFP that we had to be able to pull in the Mojave data for this year, and then going forward, being able to interface with the Synergy without any loss.
But just from this year, Mojave?
No, we would be importing past years.
Gotcha, because our kids have been with us sometimes
Absolutely.
10 years. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grijalva.
Mr. Juarez.
This is, beyond the delicate notion of what we do for those kids that are falling through the cracks. This is that bridge with technology and those real life issues. So obviously it's important. I'm looking forward to looking at some of those proposals as they come forward to us.
Okay, so I had a motion and a second. Ms. Foster moved the item. Mr. Juarez seconded. Is that correct?
Yes.
All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 15, award of request for proposals, RFP 16-51-17, Student Code of Conduct Consultant. Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. I think the governing board will remember in an earlier presentation that I did state that we needed to revise the Student Code of Conduct, and that we felt the Student Code of Conduct as it exists now is templated off of the penal code and basically speaks to student disciplinary actions as a law enforcement officer would. And if we want to change the environment and the ambiance around discipline from being something that's inherently negative to something that's more constructive, then we really needed to have a code of conduct that spoke to that, was easy to access, easy for anybody to pick up and read and understand, and you basically don't need to have a law degree to be able to understand, is it level 4, level 5, level 3, level 2. So we wanted to have some clarity in it. So the consultant that we're looking at is somebody that has done this work before. It's $30,000. The max is $35,000. This falls under the $100,000. However, the reason I'm bringing this to the board is I would like not so much the approval on the financial side for the consultant, but the buy-in of the board to signal that this is an important process to revise the Student Code of Conduct in a manner that would engage the plaintiffs, the special master, the Department of Justice, parents, principals, administrators, students, teachers, and all others that are affected by the Code of Conduct. So I'd like to recommend this item to the governing board for its not just approval, but support for this initiative.
Okay, can I have a motion? Board
So
members?
moved.
Mr. Juarez moved the item.
And I'll second.
Ms. Foster seconded the item. Any discussion?
Ms.
Dr.
Grijalva.
Stegeman, and then Mr. Juarez.
I think it's fine to revise a GSRR, and we revise it every year, I think, so we might as well revise it some more. I don't understand completely why we have to hire a consultant to do that. That's my concern with this item.
Dr. Sanchez?
Ms. Tollison was on the committee that reviewed this, so I'd like to defer to her perspective as she has been on the biweekly calls to the Department of Justice regarding our discipline processes and data.
Okay, Ms. Tollison.
The reason we're using a consultant, it's really going to be quite a bit different from anything we've done in the recent years, which has kind of been just like patching bad blacktop versus replacing the road. When we were in Washington, I went to the breakout session on student codes of conduct, and one of the things that was clear is the districts that had achieved some great systemic change not only had their code of conduct rewritten, but used a facilitated public process with families, students, teachers, and administrators, and of course, in our case, plaintiffs and special master, but a facilitated process to bring everybody in for both input and buy-in. So the consultant here, the scope of work included not just a sitting and writing, because we could photocopy best practices documents from other districts, but to facilitate that process start to finish. And in talking to the Department of Justice, the districts that have made the most headway on real systemic change and buy-in have used that process. And this was a name of somebody who they knew had worked with some other districts to do that. So it's those elements that required the use of somebody from outside so that the community would own it. It wouldn't just seem like something we were driving.
Okay.
Ms. Grijalva.
Mr. Juarez.
As we put together the groups of people that will be chiming in on this, I think it's important to consider the folks that are on the ground. Obviously, Dr. Sanchez, I appreciate you mentioning all those groups, including parents, but also students. I think those will be important to include, but also the student services departments. Not to say that it's only students of of ethnic or minority, quote unquote, backgrounds. But the information evidenced by the data is that there's a higher propensity for students of color to fall into these situations. So I think it's obviously going to be really important as we move forward to make sure that those things are being considered, and thus continue our work to really kind of sever that school to prison pipeline.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Stegeman.
We have spent a lot of time, and I don't mean just the board, I mean staff, other people involved in DSEG, working on discipline policy over the past several years, made many changes to the GSRR in response to various persons' concerns. And my sense, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that although no one's ever totally happy with it, this issue has sort of converged to something that most of the parties seem to be able to live with, and it's obviously other issues that have been inflaming the DSEG case. And so when the discipline issue has settled down finally, I'm not completely sure why we want to turn that rock over right now. And the timing, I mean, I agree in the end the GSR probably should be rewritten, but when that DSEG issue has finally reached some quietus, I'm not quite sure why we're picking now to poke that.
Dr. Sanchez.
Again. Sure. Not to be cliche, but I will. The enemy of great is good enough, and we don't want to be good enough in this area. We have an opportunity to be excellent in this area, and so I feel that it's important to take on that opportunity to be excellent in this area. We have really great staff. We have a very engaged community. We have the Department of Justice, and this is a great opportunity to build something that outlives this desegregation case and really provides equity after the district reaches unitary status, so that we have something that has that life expectancy and has that buy-in and support and understanding. So again, I just reinforce to the board that in terms of procurement processes, it is below the limit. We have gone through all the steps. At this point, it's not so much financial approval. I'm just asking for board support in this item, and we'll, buttress the financial approval side on it. So again, I'm asking for the board support on this. We feel, administration feels it's very important to have a good document.
And I do think, as much as everyone has made the effort, the complaints that I've had as of late have been regarding the GSRR and how difficult it is to navigate and how unclear it is to a lot of people. And so I don't agree that it's a document that is user-friendly for anybody. I mean, we've had administrators that are, reading the document with parents there, and this is feedback that I've had from parents and students. So I do think that it's a document that needs to be worked on, and I definitely agree, especially with the Department of Justice's assessment, that this is an opportunity for TUSD to continue to move forward in this area with discipline, and I definitely support that. Ms. Foster.
And I will support this item also, and I just want to share that when we talked about this in preparation for this evening's meeting, Dr. Sanchez and I spoke about, while professional development isn't a part of this RFP, that the company that we would contract with does that scope of work, and so I think their understandings of this document is more of a tool rather than just something we have to comply with to check something off on the box of our USP list. And so I'm excited about the possibility of thinking outside of the box of what this document is, and seeing that it comes from a perspective of, and that's something I've spoken about many times, about the professional development around student discipline. And so if this can be, our ideas then evolve into more of a tool that is then useful, which builds on your point that is it a useful tool to change and affect kids' lives for the better? I think we owe it to everybody to invest in that.
All right, I would like to remind board members that it is
10:33.
10:33, and we still have a significant items that we need to go through, so brevity and comments, I'm sure, will be appreciated by everyone. Dr. Stegeman.
So speaking briefly, I want to clarify or reemphasize that I am no fan of the GSRR. My love of that document is not the basis of my concern. And I thought the cliche went the other way. I thought the cliche was that the great is the enemy of the good. So I would invoke that myself.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Juarez moved the item. Ms. Foster seconded.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Stegeman?
No.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Dr. Stegeman voting no. 16, reconsideration of the governing board's action on October 20th, 15 regarding the proposed changes to Article 5, Sections 2 and 5 of the Arizona School Board Association ASBA bylaws affecting officers and board of directors and executive committee. This was requested by Ms. Foster.
Right, I asked to bring this back because when we voted on this item on October 20th, we had not had the Pima County ASBA meeting yet. That was on October 29th. And so I was not prepared to, when called upon to explain what this item was that we were voting on, because the meeting where we learned about this took place after the fact. And so now that I have that information, I feel better informing my board of what these bylaw changes are before we, as a board, then vote to approve them. And so the first one is, so Arizona School Board Association has hundreds of members, and then we then elect a board of directors, and that board of directors then has a representative from every county throughout Arizona. The change in the bylaw is how those are voted for. Is somebody can stand up and be nominated from the floor for that. And this bylaw change would stop that from happening. It would have you would have a week notice before you couldn't run from the floor. You could run from the floor, but you would have to, in essence, give a week's heads up that you were going to do that. And so that is the first, that is on Section 5, the change. So I think I just wanted to make sure you knew that I understood that before I asked you to vote on that. The second bylaw change on Section 2 is of that board of directors. Right now, there is automatically the president of the Arizona Hispanic Native American Caucus serves on that board, and that caucus rotates. So they have a president, 1 year is Hispanic, the next year is Native American, and the following year Hispanic. And so what they've done is added another position to the governing board, and again, this is of ASBA, so that both the current and the past president of that caucus would be represented on that board, so that there is always a Native American and a Hispanic presence within the governing board. And so I just wanted to make sure that we understood what those proposed changes were. So one is to have an extra governing board member, so there is always a Latino voice and a Native American voice in those bylaw changes.
This item passed, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it
And
did.
so I wanted the opportunity to express what we were voting on.
Yeah, it was,
Right.
I thought that,
Right.
I appreciate it, but I did read that document as well, and I remember that. So
Well, and I
this is
didn't have that information
do you want to
until-
do another motion, or the item passed, so do you want us to vote again?
Unless I hear any opinion that anybody wants to change their vote on that, then I would do that. I would bring that forward.
Mr. Hicks?
I do have an issue with not being able to do nominations from the floor. In most meetings like that I've been in, and in most political realms within that, you can always do nominations from the floor. What is the reasoning that they gave that they're not accepting nominations from the floor?
Really for that people wouldn't just come up and usurp that there would be thought ahead of time, that it wasn't.
I can't support that.
Okay.
That's dictating, I think that's going beyond.
So would you like to make a motion that we re-vote on these?
I would like to make a motion that we re-vote on this.
I actually just want to make sure that legally we're okay because the item has passed. And so in order to reconsider the item, Ms. Foster, are you changing your vote in order to have the conversation? Because the item passed already. The majority of the board passed the item. And so my understanding was to reconsider the item, there had to be someone that voted for the item that now wants to change their vote. Is that accurate, or since it's agendized as reconsideration, we just vote again on the item? I just want to make sure that I'm clear because it's a little murky for me.
Well, the approach we've been taking historically to reconsideration is from Robert's Rules of Order, which this board hasn't adopted as binding. So, I mean, there's not a definitive answer to that. But under our past practice, it generally had to come to the board with somebody who voted one way that wants to make a change.
Right.
So that has been this board's practice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Dr. Stegeman.
I thought we have in policy that except where specified otherwise, we do observe Robert's Rules of Order. I think that is in our policy.
Except that's not going to trump. Remember the presentation we had last fall where we talked about the interplay between the need for a traditional majority rule regarding not binding the hands of future boards?
Oh, well, that was a problem where our policy conflicted with statute, and we obviously couldn't do that.
Well, no, it's a problem where Robert's Rules of Order operates to trump the ability of the board majority, a simple board majority. And so right now your reconsideration approach.
Well, I mean, the issue there was that statute prevents requiring a supermajority on anything for an entity such as ours. So what we were doing basically was illegal. But Robert's Rules, once you adjourn the meeting, there's no further rule about reconsideration. So since we're at a new meeting now, there's no special rule about reconsideration, and Ms. Foster can do whatever she wants. We don't need a separate motion for reconsideration. And it doesn't matter who makes the motion. We're in a totally new environment here.
So I just want to make sure, because the item has already passed, and it passed with the majority. Is a member of the majority want to change their vote in order to reconsider the item? Because if there is no action, then the item is just continues.
I don't feel and I will just, from what I heard right now, that either item, either bylaw would then fail. Mm-hmm. So I only heard concern from one board member, and so I am comfortable moving forward with how we voted last time. Okay. I just again wanted the opportunity, because the meeting was after the fact, that I was not here was not capable of explaining it because I had not attended that meeting.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so governing board policy, action item 17. Governing board policy JFB, open enrollment and school choice. This is a revision to clarify placement of students with siblings. Dr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am. This is a real positive change, and Mr. Nodine can touch on this change relatively quickly, and I'm sorry we didn't get you to earlier up, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Nodine.
Okay. President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Sanchez and council, we brought this to you in July, and our intent then was to treat non-resident students who were already enrolled in schools or programs in TUSD, or had siblings enrolled as resident students in placement. And then about a month ago, getting ready for the lottery, we met with Council Tolleson, Mojave programmers, Mojave administrators, and school community services, and we looked at the wording and went, oh wait, doesn't quite say what we want it to say. Mm-hmm. So we revised the wording to make it very clear that we want to treat non-resident students who are already in a program or school, or who have siblings so enrolled, as resident students in all aspects of student placement. And then while we were modifying it, looked at some of the wording and said, well, we accept all applications, but then we place students using priorities, and that's not exactly what it says in the policy, so we changed that at the same time, and that's what you have in front of you.
Okay, so basically what this allows is if a student going into a school, I'll use Dodge as an example. You have Dodge, it's a magnet program, you have a student that's an 8th grader sibling, and you have an incoming student. Are we saying that that student coming in, even if they're out of district, would have sibling priority?
Yes.
Okay, so everyone gets sibling priority if they have a sibling in one of our schools?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hicks?
Question on that. So in regards to that, if they're coming from out of district, the funding for that individual still comes from the state?
Yes.
Dr. Sanchez, thank you.
Okay. And, okay, okay, I'm clear.
It's open enrollment state. Okay, any other questions?
I'd like to move the item.
Thank you. Ms. Foster moved the item.
Second.
Mr. Juarez seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Study item 18, Governing Board Policy KHC, Distribution, Display of Promotional Materials. Revision requested by Board Member Mark Stegman. Dr. Stegman.
Since I voted not to extend the meeting to this late hour, and since we still have a little bit more even after this, and there's no urgency to this proposed policy change, I'll just pass the language down and then we can take it up at another time.
Okay, and so we're going to go ahead and skip over item 18. Item 19, Governing Board Policy JJE, Student Fundraising Activities. This is a revision requested by Board Member Michael Hicks with accompanying regulation, JJE-R. Mr. Hicks.
But this is for next time.
Correct.
This should be pretty quick. I met with administration and I discussed my issues that I had with it. And although this is the regulation and not the policy, we didn't really want to mess with the policy. The administration has agreed to make some changes within their regulation, which this is in regards to fundraising. And it's changed from the principal being the sole individual as to the funding, as to where it will, the proportion of the funding from students doing fundraising. The wording has been changed to the school site council, which the principal is a member of. And then the only other change was, so it reads, I'll read that, just that portion of it. The school site council shall determine what proportion of the total project will consist of student efforts. Thus, of the total funds raised by the joint project, those funds attributable to the efforts of the students as determined by the site council are student activity funds. So it's just a replacement of the principal as the sole person to the site council.
Okay, so this is a study item. Any
Correct.
other discussion? Anything else you want to add in?
No, I
Okay.
just wanted to say that this was also discussed with the administration, and administration was, and I don't believe it has to vote on by us.
It's
does
a
it?
regulation, so we don't have to vote on the item.
Right.
Okay. Study action item, Ms. Foster.
I just want to thank Mr. Hicks for bringing this forward and for meeting with Dr. Sanchez and his staff to work on this. I think it's an important change. Thank you.
Study action, item 20, Governing Board Policy IJJ, Textbook Supplementary Material Selection and Adoption. This was also requested by Mr. Hicks.
Okay, as most of the board is aware, we've had some instances where school had started and some of our students had not had some of the required books because of the timeline that it takes for the approval and then before the board and then ordering and all that. And what this will do is it puts it in policy, and I'll read what it says. It's just the addition of, it says, final recommendations for the adoption of core and supplemental instructional materials will be submitted to the board in a time frame to which instructional material can be approved and ordered prior to the start of the courses. And this was also discussed with the administration, and they've blessed this also.
So I just have a question about this, and maybe Dr. Sanchez can answer it. One of the more specific instances regarding a recent communication from a parent where instructional materials were not in a classroom, it wasn't an approval process with TUSD. It was more something that had to go from Pima Community College. They had to approve the textbook, then it had to come to us, and it had to go through our textbook approval process. And so should we pass this, does that mean that that course would not be available?
No, ma'am. What that would mean would be our communication back to Pima Community College would basically be, if you want to change the book, please change it next semester. Don't change it this semester, because by our policy, we can't accommodate your change in time. So if they were to come to us 2 weeks beforehand and say, hey, we have a new professor and we're going to change the book, then we would have to say, we can't offer that course with that new text. So can you find a professor who will teach it with the current text?
Okay.
Because a lot of times you'll have a new professor who come in with a book that they used at a previous community college, and they'll want to use that same book because they're familiar with it. So what it'll require is for us to, again, review our processes to make sure that if we say, you know what, we can do that, that we really can do that, and then we can back it up from the board meeting, the public review, the 3 or more, the purchasing process, the bid process, and everything else that goes with it.
Okay.
So it wouldn't. We're just going to have to be very firm with Pima and say, we can't offer it if you change it last minute.
Okay. Mr. Juarez.
So in terms of timing, in consideration for our teachers and the curriculum department, there might be recommendation for text. We would obviously be doing it more so when our entire faculty is on board, as opposed to during the summer, where we might have an issue with getting staff to give us input on this.
Right. Right. I mean, the big deal with this is it's all about pre-planning. So, for example, if you have an AP teacher who's teaching AP Cal, and they've been using a book, and they go to a training and they want to use a new book, and so they come out and they say, I want to use this new book. But if they decide to use a new book in July, school starts in August, we have to communicate, no, we need to use the existing book because there's no way we can order the book and get them in time. And so, you know, if the board approves this adjustment, it's just a matter of communicating back out that our process will not allow us to add new books in at a point to where we can't get an order in time. So I don't see it as a bad thing to be able to communicate this out to teachers. It's just going to let them know that they're just going to have to be very visionary about what they want in. So second semester, if you want a new book for January, I mean, for example, second semester of this year is the absolute latest if you want a brand new book for fall semester of next year.
Gotcha.
Okay.
With that being said, I'd like to move the item.
Actually, I was going to ask Mr. Hicks since it was his item.
Sure. I'll second it.
Thank you.
I'd like to move the item, but I'd also like to just say that even at Pima College, we can't just change a book. I've been at Pima now for 28 years, and there's rules that we have to follow too, because students have to be able to get their books, and there's time that they have to go for ordering the books and getting the books ordered. So it's a question of, like Dr. Sanchez says, pre-planning as to what you're doing. And most instructors don't look at a book and say, oh, this is the one I want right now. And they start trying to teach from it. So I think it's a good thing, and it's a good thing for our teachers, and it's also a good thing for our students to make sure that our students do have the proper material to go forward in their educational.
Okay, Mr. Hicks moved the item. Mr. Juarez seconded the item. Can all those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Action item 21, proclamation of National Education Support Professionals Day in Tucson Unified School District, November 18th, 2015.
Ms. Grijalva.
Ms. Foster.
I would like to read the proclamation in the form of a motion.
Great.
So the proclamation is that we declare November 18th National Education Support Professionals Day, whereas public schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's previous values of freedom, civility, and equality, and whereas education support professionals are integral to the education process, and whereas education support professionals provide a safe and healthy learning environment for students, and whereas education support professionals work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. Now therefore, the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District does hereby proclaim November 18th 2015 as National Education Support Professionals Day, and recognize and acknowledge the importance of education support professionals in our public schools, colleges, and universities, proclaimed on this 10th day of November 2015.
Thank you, Ms. Foster, and I'd like to second the item. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Board members, before we adjourn, just a reminder that we do have documents to sign in the exec room. Thank you very much for your patience, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Good one. I was going to call you. Good one, Crystal.
I love that song.
I'll sign it.